Jordy, are you there? This is Valerie. Do we need it? Yeah, I would. Oh, if you don't think we do, then no. Jordy?
All right, good morning, everybody. It's 10:30, so we're going to call to order, reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for October 21st. At this point, let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. I'm going to ask our Spanish interpreter, Ana Rueda de Vidales, to make the announcement of the interpreter via the overhead speakers.
Sorry.
Jordi?
Jordi, can you make the announcement? You have to switch to the English channel.
Jordi, you with us?
He's there, but I don't think he knows he has to switch to the English channel. Maybe we give him a minute.
All right. No, we'll come back to that. Supervisor Alejo, you mind leading us in the pledge this morning?
Yes, if we could all rise for our nation's pledge. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, going to go back to the interpreter to see if he's with us. Jordi?
He's there, but I'm texting him.
Okay.
Let me see if I can just. Yeah, he's unmuted, but.
Ok, si hay alguien que necesita traducción en español, si está disponible por Zoom. Y si vas a hacer comentario público, por favor, habla lentamente y con pausas para que te pueda interpretar el señor vía Zoom que se llama Jordi. Jordi, gracias por el servicio hoy. So with that announcement being made, we'll go to additions or corrections by the clerk.
Yes, there is one, and that is to remove an item from the consent calendar, which is under the criminal justice for item number 29, and that is at the request of the department, and it will be brought back at a later time.
All right. 29 has been
Yes.
pulled. Any comments on that pull? Questions from the public on the pull? All right, seeing, hearing none, we'll bring it back with the additions and corrections heard. We've got ceremonial resolutions consisting of items 2 through 7 this morning. Is there a member of the public who wishes to comment on our resolutions? Seeing none, no hands up via Zoom, we'll bring it back. I'll move to approve these resolutions. Is there a second? Got a second from Supervisor Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. I'm going to kick us off by asking Randy Savage Villalobos to join me up front here with his team from Avila Boxing. All right, there's something in the water in South County. You guys know we've been here a few times honoring our boxing champions from other houses, but today is the first time we get a chance to honor the champions out of AVB, Avila Victory Boxing, an incredible team of folks who really came together to inspire the youth in our community and give them access to opportunity through training, and that training is paying off. We're here today with a champion of PAL International, making us so proud. Randy Villalobos, can we give him a round of applause, please? So Randy trains under his coach, Rigo Avila, but recently traveled to Arizona, where he came out on top, bringing us our first PAL International Championship to our region. We are honored by the effort that he put in, by the effort his parents put in, the love that they've invested to make sure that he has these opportunities coming from our small rural communities. We know that it's not always easy to have open doors, but when coaches like Rigo and his team step up and open those doors and make sure that every kid has an opportunity, we have champions rise from our little towns in southern Monterey County, and it's an honor to stand up here today to honor you with this resolution, stop our meeting, to thank you for your investment, for shining positive light on all the kids in our community, doing their best and putting your best forward and winning in a way that makes us so proud of you and so proud that you come from our community. And so, Randy, it's an honor to present you this resolution honoring your victories in Arizona and the others also listed. But we're hoping you might share a few words with us about what this means to you and maybe what it was like to bring home that honor, that amazing honor.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. I mean, this means the world to me. Just showing the kids that when the opportunity comes and they could seize the moment in which that their dreams are true. Thank you guys. Thank you for your time.
Coach, any words?
First off, thank you all for allowing us to be here today. Thank you, everybody sitting here beside us. It's an honor to be here with Randy. Thank you, Chris Lopez, for honoring us with this. And more importantly, this is all for the youth in our community. Let's continue to support each other. Let's continue to support our youth, uprise them, whatever it may be, whether it be in T-ball, whether it be in soccer, whether it be an accomplishment in school. Let's continue to help each other to rise together. And thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity. And like we say, this requires blood, sweat, and tears, and a few rounds. But thank you guys so much.
Get a quick photo together.
And if I could just tell Randy, congratulations. We've honored some amazing boxers that have come out of the Salinas Valley. We all grew up loving boxing, and to see the next generation of young people really focus and show the community that we could reach the greatest heights in the sport, and at the same time be a role model for other young athletes in our community. It's really a testament of your hard work, your coach's hard work, and I want you to walk away knowing that your county, communities across the Salinas Valley support you. We got your back, and keep representing us, and keep bringing home those championships as well. Congratulations. Thank you.
Today. I'm going to invite up, the next resolution is for Harmony at Home in celebration of National Bully Prevention Month. And I'm going to invite up our CEO, Julianne Levy from Harmony at Home, Joaquin Hernandez, our Director of Operations from Harmony at Home, Julie Mindaro, Alexis Estrada, Denise Ediza, Karen Montejano, and Vanessa Ramirez, all if you would mind joining me. And I have a resolution for you. Thank you all for coming to our board meeting here today and joining the County of Monterey. It's been a lot of years working together, and gosh, there's so much to say and so many thoughts and feelings that come to my mind as you all stand here. But I'm going to read a couple comments about the work that you do and why we wanted to take a moment to celebrate and honor and uplift the work that Harmony at Home has been doing for so long. So Harmony at Home lives its mission of healing trauma, ending abuse, and building families, not just through words, but through direct action. Your team is in classrooms, on campuses, and in communities, teaching empathy, respect, and courage. You help our children learn what it means to stand up for one another, to be not just bystanders, but upstanders, and to use their words and look out for one another. Bullying does leave deep and lasting wounds, but prevention starts with connection, and Harmony at Home has shown that when we equip young people and their parents with compassion and confidence, we build kinder and safer communities for everyone. On behalf of the County Board of Supervisors, I want to extend our deep appreciation for the work that you've started and built here in Monterey County, your dedication to our youth, and the belief that every child deserves to learn and grow in an environment that's free from fear and that is connected. Thank you for empowering our kids to choose kindness, to speak up, and to build a more compassionate Monterey County. It's been years, Julianne, that you've been, I think, working to find the path, to find the funding, and to find your way into the spaces where you can make a difference. And the team that you've built has been absolutely incredible. And it's been absolutely honor to partner with you here in the county. So I'll give you a chance to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors Q and all the supervisors. You've all been so supportive of the work we've done along with the community. So for over 20 years, Harmony at Home has been supporting children and families throughout our entire county. Now we have the strength to be moving into other counties as well. So we're going into San Luis Obispo County, San Benito County, Hollister, and we're going well beyond that. And so thank you to all of you. This means the world to us. And for over 15 years, we've been supporting our schools and community with bullying prevention. We could not do this without the leadership of our Director of Operations, Joaquin Hernandez, our program manager, Julie Mondaro, and all of her team. You're all amazing, and we are just loving seeing this community come together, supporting children and families in healing, being kind to one another, and thank you, truly.
Well, we'll take a quick picture, but let's give a round of applause to Harmony at Home at Bullying Prevention Month. And we'll just quickly encourage everyone, whoever else is up here, come join us for the photograph. You've been invited officially. And I'll just encourage everyone to take a moment to do something kind for someone that you see today in honor of Harmony at Home and Bullying Prevention Month. So thanks. Okay, and next up, I would like to invite Jessica Macias, our Chief Executive Officer for YWCA, up. We've got one more resolution in honor of National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Thank you for joining us today. And this is for you. So it's an honor to be here today to recognize the YWCA of Monterey County. This is an organization that has truly been a lifeline for individuals and families who have experienced domestic violence. The phone number that the YWCA operates is a phone. The phone number is one that I think I struggle with my words a little bit because personally it was a number that it was a lifeline for friends, dear friends, and the services that the YWCA has provided connect people with shelter, comfort in times of crisis, and the compassion, the courage, and the unwavering belief that everyone deserves to live free from fear is on the other end of that phone line. So thank you for continuing the work to make that available to everybody who needs it when they need it in those times, in those moments. The work that you and your team and your volunteers do is not easy. You meet people on some of their most difficult, challenging, hardest days of their lives, and you help them find safety and stability and hope and comfort. You remind our community that healing is possible and that safety is a shared responsibility for all of us. I'm proud that our county is recognizing National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. The theme for this year is with survivors always, and that takes all of us. And it speaks directly to the YWCA's mission and legacy. You've been with survivors every single day, listening, advocating, and standing firm for dignity and justice. On behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and especially as someone deeply committed to the safety and well-being of families in our community and in all communities. I want to thank you and all who've been partnered with the YWCA and who've been there to answer that call when it's needed. I thank you for your leadership and your deep humanity, and for being there to answer the call when needed. Thank you for the work that you do, and congratulations on this recognition, and for standing with survivors always. So if we could give a round of applause to the YWCA. And yeah, we'll take a quick photograph. And would you like to make any comments before I?
Yes, thank you. I will just say thank you so much to the board. We're really excited. I've only been in my role for 2 months, so I feel like we're in a new era of the YWCA. We're actually opening up a South County shelter in November, so we're excited to be expanding, growing our service, bringing back some services that we weren't. We halted for a little bit, but we're really just excited to be back in the community, be providing services, and just really excited to be in this new seat. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I'll just remind everyone that those moments when you feel like you are so alone and you don't have a path out to get to safety, the YWCA has so many resources available and can help you map out the path to make the next steps. So please don't hesitate to call, ask for the help that you need. And it feels like the scariest call that you'll ever make, but they are here and they can help you figure out what the next steps are. So thank you so much for the work that you do. And in honor of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we celebrate the YWCA.
All right, at this time, we have a special presentation which will conclude, I hope, with a consideration of adoption of a resolution of proclaiming October 20th through the 26th, 2025 as Free Speech Week in Monterey County. So I want to just go ahead and hand this off to Supervisor Church, who's going to share some remarks as he's brought forward this resolution for us to consider, and then we'll get a brief presentation from Nick Pasculi. So Supervisor Church, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. So it's up here at the board. A lot of times we deal with a lot of mundane issues on zoning and contracts and policy nuances. And once in a while we get something comes up like this, which is a little grander. And I don't know if there's anything any grander than really the First Amendment and free speech, because that's really the basis of which all the rights in our country rest on. And it's a real privilege to be able to speak about this. I'm sure it is for all the other board members up here, and Mr. Pasculi is going to give us some background on free speech here as well, and the history of it. And it's today's world. It's where newspapers are under stress, and we have recently lost a news bureau at one of our television stations. I think this is all that makes it more appropriate of how important it is that we really emphasize the right to speak and to express ourselves. And of course, there's no guarantee that, for any of us, what we're going to say is going to be wise or foolish or noble or base. But one thing that we can know about the First Amendment and free speech is that, as I alluded to earlier, is that it really ensures all the other rights that are really, really important, and that guarantees us to operate as a democracy. And I know sometimes in today's world where social media is so prevalent, and we read about outrage and see people express outrage, and there's confirmation bias, and there's untruths, and there's misinformation that goes sometimes it seems almost unchecked. That I think sometimes it makes us all want to think that, well, maybe speech should be controlled a little bit better because we have to control this. But that's really the wrong approach altogether, because the real answer to falsehoods is is not censorship. It is more speech, better speech, freer speech. And by giving everybody the right to speak, it lets them have their own path on finding the truth, or even finding, discovering their own errors in the search of that. It's not something that we can go through and say this is right and this is wrong on the content of what is said, but we can always say that the right to say what you want to say is right. So as we celebrate free speech here in Monterey County, I think it's a good time for us to really recommit ourselves, not just to speaking, but to listening, to engaging without silencing, and to defend the freedoms that defends all others, and that is the First Amendment. Because only in an open society where ideas compete in the sunlight can we really protect both our rights and keep democracy alive. And that's the purpose that I brought this forth, and I think it's very appropriate at this time. And today, as I mentioned, is Free Speech Week, so I think we should all really have this opportunity to celebrate the First Amendment. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. At this time, what I want to do is invite Nick Pasculi up to share a brief presentation, then we'll come back to board members for remarks.
Good morning, Chair Lopez, supervisors, distinguished guests, members of the media, and of course, our fellow citizens of Monterey County. As your Director of Communications and Chief Public Information Officer, it is an honor to stand before you today to speak about the topic that lies at the very foundation of our democracy: the freedom of the press and the indispensable role of a free and impartial media in serving public interest. I wish to extend a special thank you to Supervisor Church for bringing this item to the Board of Supervisors and giving me an opportunity to address you today. Why freedom of the press matters. From the earliest days of our republic, the framers of the Constitution understood that a free press is not a luxury, not a fringe benefit, it is a necessity. The First Amendment guarantees that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. That guarantees is not just symbolic, it is the bedrock protection that enables journalists to ask hard questions, to hold the powerful accountable, to inform the citizenry so that democracy can function. In our modern age of rapid information flow, social media, a 24/7 news cycle, that responsibility is more important and also more challenging than ever. We face disinformation, pressures on resources, consolidation of media ownership, and the temptation in any newsroom or communication office to drift towards spin rather than candor. But the people we serve deserve better. From my vantage point, leading the county's Communication Bureau, I believe deeply that public information professionals have a moral and ethical obligation to serve, not manipulate or obscure. We exist to provide the public and the media with accurate, timely, and transparent information. We operate best when we work with, not against, news organizations. That means when disaster strikes, floods, wildfire, public health incidents, emergency evacuations, we must coordinate, communicate, and partner with reporters so that they know what's happening, what to do, and why it matters. It means when projects are underway, roads, infrastructure, capital improvement, land use changes, we proactively share information so there are fewer surprises, less confusion, and greater trust. We strive always to be responsive, to return calls from reporters, to provide documents where possible under the law, to correct errors when they arise, and to explain with humility. We do this not because it's easy, but because it is essential to the integrity of government and the trust of the public. We strive to listen to questions and concerns posed by journalists who ask on behalf of the public we serve and whose role as watchdogs of those in power is essential to democracy. I'd like it to take a moment to recognize and thank the many news organizations in our region whose reporters, editors, anchors, producers, photojournalists, and staff do this vital work every day. They are our partners in democracy. Among them, and I apologize in advance if I leave anybody out, the Monterey County Herald, which daily serves our communities with local reporting, the Salinas, California, and its Spanish counterpart, El Sol, the Monterey County Weekly, a voice for in-depth investigative and community journalism, and of course, our dear friend Squid. Carmel Pinecone, serving the Peninsula, Carmel, Big Sur, the Monterey Peninsula, and those surrounding communities. KSBW, Channel 8, Central Coast ABC, and Estrella TV, providing television news and weather for Monterey, Salinas, Santa Cruz, and beyond. KION, Fox 35, and Telemundo, no longer with us, but for decades, provided television news coverage and weather for the Monterey County area. KSMS Univision, Channel 67, longtime news presence serving the Spanish-speaking population. KCBX, Public Radio. KRKC, serving South County residents. KAZU, Monterey County's national public radio station with an active newsroom. Salinas Valley Media, which publishes the King City Rustler, the Salinas Valley Tribune, covering Soledad, Gonzales, Greenfield, and King City. And of course, they also own the Pajaronian, serving North Monterey County. The Pacific Grove Beacon, and Voices of the Monterey Bay. Each of these organizations, large and small, enriches public discourse, raises local voices, uncovers stories that might not otherwise be overlooked, and holds power to account. To their journalists and staff, I offer both my respect and gratitude. We face real headwinds across the country. Local newsrooms are under financial pressure. Some have shuttered, others have merged, consolidated, or scaled back local coverage. As I mentioned before, KION recently announced the closure of its local newsroom operations. That reduction in journalism is not a loss just for media professionals, but is a loss for the public. Fewer reporters means fewer watchdogs, fewer stories from unrepresented communities, and less accountability. But there's also opportunity, especially for public agencies like ours. We can help fill information gaps responsibly. We can be better collaborators. We can be transparent partners that respect journalists' needs, meeting deadlines, providing clarity, explaining the why behind decisions, and knowing when mistakes, and acknowledging, when mistakes have been made. We can also support media literacy among young people to pursue journalism and to recognize that a well-informed community is stronger and healthier. At its core, our work is guided by the Constitution. The First Amendment is not some ancient artifact, but a living promise. It protects not just big newspapers or national broadcasters, but also small newspapers and local bloggers and local voices. It safeguards the rights of people to know, to question, and to hold government accountable. My job and that of the Communications Bureau team is to live up to that promise, to act not as gatekeepers, but as facilitators to open government, to ensure that facts are available, that context is provided, that transparency is the norm, and when official processes require confidentiality or legal limits, to explain those boundaries as clearly as we can so we preserve trust even as we respect necessary constraints. To the media organizations here today, to those watching over our mountains, our valleys, and our coastline, I thank you. Your work matters. Your courage matters. Your integrity matters. To the Board of Supervisors and to my colleagues in county government and to the public, I pledge that my team will continue to uphold our commitment to accuracy, timeliness, transparency, and collaboration. In closing, let me say this. The health of our democracy here in Monterey County depends on our continuing partnership between government and media. Neither is perfect. Both must constantly strive to do better, and both share a duty to the public we serve. Thank you, Supervisors.
All right, I want to open it up to my colleagues. I know Supervisor Daniels wanted to share some comments.
So thank you to Supervisor Church and to Mr. Pasculi for that. I hope that we find a venue to type that up and put it out there on our website or somehow get it out to our constituency. It's very well said. And just want to reiterate a couple things that this week it strikes me that it's Free Speech Week this week, and I really am grateful to my colleague for bringing it to our attention and having this be a formal recognition. For me, the thing that I want to make clear today is that the Bill of Rights guarantees not only specific individual freedoms, but it also serves to limit the power of the federal government. And that's something that I think now more than ever, we really want to be clear about and recognize. And, I, like many people this last week, participated in a peaceful assembly of people, 7 million to be exact, that came out around this country in a peaceful assembly that is guaranteed as a right by the Constitution, by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And along with that right, we have this freedom of the press that was described in detail by Mr. Pasculi. And that freedom is so important because it's the freedom to report news, whether it's favorable or unfavorable, of all the people that sit on this dais, all the way up to the President of the United States. It's a right in this country that is unique, even in democracies around the world, to be able to share the news, good and bad, about people in power. And, our freedom of speech as individuals is that we get to express in this country everything it is that we believe. Good, whether it is critical of Chair Lopez or Supervisor Askew or Supervisor Daniels or the President of the United States. We have this freedom to be able to express our thoughts. And then, of course, part of that freedom also is the freedom to practice whatever religion it is that we want to in this country, or none at all. And that's unique to the Constitution of the United States. And I forgot one that's probably the most important. The freedom to petition your government and to express your concerns with any injustices you perceive that is something that the government controls. Those are all part of our First Amendment rights. And I just want to say that right that we have to do all the things I just outlined exists until we give it up. It exists until we decide one day that we're not going to show up and assemble freely, that we're not going to use our words, that we're not going to support the press. Those rights are ours until we choose to give them up and capitulate to someone who's telling us we don't have those rights. And so it's a very special week and a very special acknowledgement to say here in Monterey County, we stand up for those rights. We uphold those rights that we all have as individuals and as a county. And so it's a really special recognition that I'm glad to be a part of. And I just, again, want to express my thanks to Supervisor Church for bringing this forward and giving us this opportunity today to celebrate the Constitution and specifically the First Amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much also for bringing this proclamation. I think it's needed now more than ever, considering everything that our nation is going through. And certainly, as my colleagues have expressed, freedom of the press is a cornerstone of our democracy, our Constitution, and should be protected without censorship, punishment, or retaliation. Things that we're seeing today are just unbelievable, that we thought we would never be experiencing in our lifetime, where the press is villainized and made to seem as if they're the enemy when they're actually fundamental to democracy. I also say that our press is so critical that we could be doing great things in local government, but if our citizens and our residents are not informed, then we're undermining a lot of the work that we do. I think the press plays such a critical role, an imperative role, in good local government by being able to be transparent and convey that information to thousands of people that who could otherwise not attend a 10:30 morning meeting every Tuesday here in our county supervisor chambers. They help amplify the message. They help amplify the work that is getting done to better serve our residents. And I think an informed citizenry is critical to making sure that they're able to know what we are doing for them, and also to be able to weigh in on their opinions on decisions that we make every single week in these chambers. I also wanted to just say that even in my Young Supervisors program every summer, we always have a component of that program talking about how important the press is, how it plays and interacts with local government. And so we invite reporters to express that information to our young people, because as future leaders, I also want them to understand how important the press is in its role, providing that coverage of important local government decisions that impact our residents' everyday lives as well. So I just wanted to say this couldn't come at a better time. So I thank you, Supervisor Church, for bringing this up. I think we all recognize in the work that we do that our local reporters do such a tremendous job with very limited resources these days. I know with Univision, Adriana Frederick, they used to have a camera people. They had editors. Now she has to do everything on her own: reporting, camera work, editing, sometimes even anchoring. As a single person. And so some of our reporters do much more today than they did when they first started out in their careers. And that's just a reflection of the changes happening in our newsrooms. The only other thing I would say is that the press is also more important today to counter misinformation. With the expansion of the use of social media, it is really easy to get misinformation to go viral across the different platforms, and it is the local press that help us counter that in many ways. During our times of emergencies and crisis, also, it was so critical to get accurate information out to the people so they can make important decisions in their own lives and decisions for their families. So I just wanted to also express that today the press, I think, plays an even more important role when it comes to countering that misinformation. And it was so important for the county that we even expanded our communications team just a couple years ago, and it resulted in hiring Nick Pasculi, because we also realized that county can do a better job in getting more accurate information out to our communities. And we hold the press briefing every Wednesday at 12 o'clock to also cover critical issues with our local press, and that was something that was standardized around that time as well. So I think all these things that we've done, I think really help us do a better job in local government, and also keeping our residents informed about the work that we do in these chambers and in all our county facilities. Thank you.
And I'll echo, I think, much of what my colleagues have said. I'll start by, Maya, you've been holding the fort down with the county's communications efforts for many, many years. And I just want to say, acknowledge and really appreciate all of the work that you've done to lay the foundation for county communications efforts for a long time. When we talk about free speech, I think having the county communicate the work that we do has been so important and so critical. And so thank you. Nick, coming in as the titled county communications director a couple of years ago, that was something we worked, I think, really hard to create and formalize and add additional capacity. And I can't imagine anyone with more integrity, with more ethics to come in to the county and help us make sure that we're clearly, transparently telling exactly what's happening, when it's happening to the community, to set the tone for how we share information. And so thank you so much for everything that you've further laid the groundwork for who we are as a county and how we're going to engage in communications through Monterey County. I want to piggyback, I think, on some of the comments that Kate made, and acknowledging when we talk about Free Speech Week, that our rights are not free. They weren't, or no one handed them to us. The right of free speech is one that has been fought for, and we find ourselves, I think, in a situation where we're once again fighting to hold that right moving forward, and we have to acknowledge that is what's happening right now, and if we don't take the risk that's in front of us seriously, we do risk losing that right. Couple other just thoughts to share. We have some incredible work happening here locally. Susan Meister with the Media Literacy Coalition, acknowledging that with free speech also comes misinformation that is shared. And so the right and responsibility of free speech comes with the right of free speech comes with the responsibility of understanding how to look for misinformation and understand how to fact check for accuracy, and how to be responsible for what we share when we are sharing information. We have incredible librarians here in Monterey County who are always available on the other end of a phone if anyone ever has questions about what is accurate, what might not look right. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the incredible team of librarians who literally will answer the phone and help you say, is this accurate? How do I know if this information is true or not? But the reality is, I think someone has commented on sort of clickbait economy. So free speech comes with, it's absolutely a right that we will continue to fight for, but the responsibilities that come with that are also significant. And how the county works to make sure we have accurate information provided. We also collectively, I think, need to help educate and hold each other accountable for providing accurate information out in the community. So just wanted to say thank you, Glenn, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Chris, for helping to get a position added in the county so that we can continue putting accurate and timely information out. And thanks to all of my colleagues for continuing to be in the fight to protect this right that we have currently, free speech. We've got a lot ahead of us to keep this right as one that we can hold. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just want to thank everybody who's here, especially our media partners, for your dedication. I know it's not been an easy time. It's been a very challenging window to try to report accurately, especially in the 9 months of this year, 10 months of this year, and the effort doesn't go unnoticed. And we know that from our end, telling our story as a county can be difficult. Getting the information out in a meaningful way, as somebody who's been here for nearly 17 years as part of the county, we've seen that evolution right? And to be able to beef up the department, to go from MEA to the department we have there now with an incredible core of folks that are helping routinely share information, much coming from the lessons of COVID, right? The disinformation and misinformation that was really on steroids during that period. And learning then what kind of value could be brought to the table by creating a more robust department. Goes back to the comments that I want to associate myself with from all of my colleagues, the value this board sees in free speech. It is the comment that gets brought up most to me when I go to a dinner party or hang out with friends. Like, I don't know how you do it, man. People are constantly just like ripping on you on Facebook. And I'm like, that's their right. And it's also my right to read those and learn from the perspectives, because truth for people is what they're feeling and living. And that to me is an important piece of what I do. And I find value in that. They say, well, all the haters, I find value in the haters because what's impacting them most. I recently, I shout out Public Works a lot. They do an incredible job in my district, but we still have challenges. I recently had a woman who laid her grandchild down in a pothole so that we could see the size of the pothole and posted it on social media and said, look at the size of this pothole. And folks were riled up, but there was answers there, right? These are the efforts undergoing that people didn't know about it because she chose to express her anger, frustration, and do something about it. It allowed me to respond, to say, here's what we're doing. Here's the efforts underway. We'll get those addressed within a week in a short step, but here's the long-term work. And in that, it created this dialogue. I think I had like 30 back and forths with folks on that one post. If she didn't have that right to free speech to question her government and say, what are you doing? That conversation wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have opened that back and forth dialogue, not for the issue that most of us may prioritize every day, but for her, the biggest issue that matters to her. And so it's that freedom of speech that opens the dialogue that brings progress, no matter what your passion issue is, right? I know I see a lot of nonprofit partners out there today as well, and we get frustrated. And that ability to speak out publicly and say, man, this isn't the way it should be going at all levels of not just government, but just relationships within community is so critical. And so the fact that you're playing in this space every single day, back to our media partners, is high value. And I know that it's hard because then you got to sell advertising and then you got to turn around and have it make a buck, or else you can't keep doing that work. And it's why we've seen so many outlets close. And we know that. It's hard, but it's so critical and foundational to who we are as a country, who we are as a people. And as has been shared from this dais, what many have not just paid for in terms of prison sentences in other places, but with their lives in terms of our soldiers. As we come up on Veterans Day here in these United States, we know that those rights were paid for by folks, and many with the ultimate sacrifice and standing up in the foundation of our country. And so it's with deep appreciation, I thank you, Supervisor Church, for bringing this forward. We know it's currently a very hot topic across our country, and we'll not shy away from that space. For us, it is a clear presentation of united values where we stand on this issue, and I think that's really important. And just appreciate you bringing that opportunity for us to express that. And with that, I do want to open this up to public comment, as is widely appropriate. And I know we have some media partners in the room as well that want to share their words. And so this would be the time for anybody who wants to come forward and share some words with us. We'll give 2 minutes per speaker, and the floor is open. We'll go with folks in the room first, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom. If you're joining us via Zoom, *9, via landline, or the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen will let us know you wish to be seen, heard, and have your time.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Supervisors. My name is Darrell Terrell. I'm a resident of the city of Moreno Valley in Riverside County. I traveled 300 miles, 6 hours, because of 2 people who were affected by the recent catalytic converter thefts, Miss Bessie Segovia and Mr. Mike Jenkins. These are hardworking people, hardworking families who can least afford this kind of a theft. I'm here because of them. I'm here because we can and we must do something about it. And let's be clear, as I said earlier, catalytic converter theft hasn't gone anywhere. Some will point to state law, grand theft, tampering, receiving stolen property, but those laws require tying the converter to a specific victim, and sometimes that's nearly impossible in most cases. Yes, Sacramento has taken steps, VIN etching, restricting sales, defining dismantlers and recyclers, but they didn't address the mere possession of a catalytic converter. Instead, they have AB 641 that allows a person to steal up to 8 catalytic converters and nothing happens to them. So I have talked to deputies in my travels, and a lot of them said they have come across potential thieves. They have 1, 2, 3, or 4 of them, and they had to let them go because they couldn't trace the catalytic converter to a victim, and also it's because they didn't reach the 9 or more. So basically, other counties, Fresno, Kern, Ventura, have all passed ordinances that close their loophole that says if you steal one catalytic converter, have no proof of ownership, you go to jail. So I'm asking you to follow suit with them and Kings County too. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on the topic of this resolution, but given that it's Free Speech Week, I'm going to, take that at the appropriate moment. Thank you so much for sharing that. We'll continue in room.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jose Nájera. I'm a member of District 2 Old Bronda community. It's been expressed to me that public services have been underrepresented and underserved in our community. And on more than one occasion, I'm talking about Sheriff's Department, ambulance, firefighters. They respond very slowly, and it's my estimation that there's a lot of kids who live in that neighborhood. So they actually respectfully asked me to come over and talk to you guys, all you supervisors, each one of you. So I think that if those public services are met and it's within the budget of the county itself, what that was expressed to me is they want to have some speed humps put in to protect kids from getting hit by cars because people are driving 50 miles an hour in Bronda. That's a 25 miles an hour zone. So with that being said, and I've spoken to Supervisor Church, and we have good discussions. So I appreciate you. I appreciate each and every one of you. But I have to take that into consideration that there's a lot of kids and a lot of old people who live in Bronda. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else in the room? Yes, please.
Are we under item number 13, general public comment?
No, we're not.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. But given the item being about free speech, I'm letting folks, right?
Hi, my name is Amy Mayer. I'm the news director at KAZU Public Radio. I just wanted to thank the supervisors and the county staff for your embrace of Free Speech Week and in particular freedom of the press. I think it is particularly important in combating the misinformation that some of you alluded to, that people in a community know where they can find fact-based, edited, vetted information, and that's what we try to put out into our communities every day. So thank you for appreciating our work.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us this morning.
Hello, good morning. Eric Cushman, I'm publisher at Monterey County Weekly, and over my history, I've gotten a bunch of phone calls from members of the Board of Supervisors, but rarely have I had one to which I was so happy to be the recipient. So the timing of this proclamation, as many of you have already mentioned, is really significant. This last Saturday, millions of Americans and thousands of Monterey County residents gathered to exercise their First Amendment rights to free speech. And I put it in a larger historical context. I think the future, historians in the near future are going to be very grateful for electeds in California because you all have the wherewithal and the backbone to stand up to authoritarian overreach, and that's not the case in every other state. And likewise, I think history is going to be very grateful that there were working journalists on the ground asking difficult questions instead of parroting the government line or rolling over. I think that The other reason it's so, as you've also mentioned, is that it's significant is because while the need for really trustworthy, well-vetted professional journalism has never been greater, the underpinnings of the economics of news gathering are really perilous right now. So I will tell you that Nextdoor and Facebook are not journalism. ChatGPT and Google are not going to pay our reporters' salaries. We're going to be here. We're ambitious. We're not cavalier. This proclamation comes at a good time. This week's edition has an impact statement, kind of a report to our readers. And last week's paper had a celebration of a bunch of businesses in the community on Best of Monterey County, our 37th annual edition of Best of. The rest of the newsroom can't be here today. Tuesday's our big production day. But on behalf of them and the peers in other media, I just want to thank you for the proclamation honoring working journalists in Monterey County. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cushman. Anyone else?
Anybody need a copy?
If you leave them there, we'll grab them. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thanks everybody for inviting me, or for Nick inviting me specifically. My name is Dana Arvig. I'm the operations director at the Monterey Herald. I've been working there for 10 years. I started my career in newspaper in 1993 at the Salinas Californian, which is the building across the street. And when I started working there, it was full of people. I think we had about 150 employees. So I've seen a lot of changes, but I do appreciate you all and you Supervisor Church for making this proclamation or this Free Speech Week. And like everybody else said, I reiterate, it came at a really great time. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, not seeing anyone else in the room. We'll go to Zoom. I see a few hands up. We'll start with Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, we'll give you the ability to unmute yourself and give you the floor.
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, great. Wow. I mean, I have not stopped laughing for the last 20 minutes. This is pretty awesome. I want to thank Supervisor Church and you, Supervisor Lopez, for bringing up this issue and for all of you being on the record of exactly how you feel about these issues, including the right to petition government. I'm expecting now that the county claim I'm going to submit, you guys are going to look right at, and you're going to go, wait a second, we shouldn't have spent over $200,000 against a private citizen for him exercising his free speech. I know, right? It's a little uncomfortable, but I want to thank you because finally we can address this issue. And I'm sure that you're going to expedite it and have it put right on the schedule so you guys can look at it and vote on it. And I would imagine in that right to petition government, you will also create the proper recusals and not impact my due process. Because let me tell you, just as Mr. Cushman pointed out, authoritarian overreach. Imagine if one of you wanted to run for office and a bunch of cops tried to set you up in a crime, went into an accountant's office, stole your financial information, and then went on Mr. Cushman's newspaper and said, hey, this guy's a criminal. Do you think that's authoritarian overreach? Do you think maybe now we can finally address this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Elizabeth next. Elizabeth, we'll give you the ability to unmute yourself now. I see you have the ability to unmute yourself, Elizabeth. You got to do it on your end. Elizabeth? All right, we'll go to Catherine and come back to you for a final call since you're my last hand up, Elizabeth. Catherine will give you the floor.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you. You know, I'm really excited about this, whatever you guys call it, proclamation. I mean, it's constitutional. It's our right to free speech. With that said, I find it funny that Nick Pasculi is talking about the First Amendment, yet, he's in direct failure to disclose his FPPC 700 form, that he lives with Gloria Rava Clinton, who is a major donor and whose brother Jerry Rava is a big county farmer, ushered in Deputy Steve Burnell. There's a lot of local corruption, lack of transparency in our Board of Supervisors and in our City Council. As you know, or should know by now, I'm an impacted grandmother, that this county violated my constitutional rights. The worker was Linda Castillo. She was fired. The agency was sued. County Council will not disclose it. It is your legal obligation to disclose that amount that this county settled on. We need more transparency in our county. We need this agency investigated for the patterns and practices. They are abusing their power for federal funding, and it comes from our Social Security money. The other issue that is at the forefront of California is the issue of illegal immigrants and legal immigrants. They do not follow under the same classification. Immigrants came here legally, they work, they pay their taxes. Illegal immigrants came here via coyotes, fraudulent documents, and they're getting benefits.
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to go to Elizabeth one more time, see if she's available. Elizabeth. All right, last call. All right, seeing no response from Elizabeth, we'll consider public comment on this item closed, and we'll bring it back. Supervisor Church, any final words before we go down and actually hand over the resolution after approval here?
I don't think I have really too much really to say, but outside of just free speech isn't really about majority opinions and supporting the status quo or common beliefs. It's really about those beliefs that are unpopular, and I think we've heard the range of beliefs today that exist and why this right is out there. So
take that as a motion.
I'll take that as a motion to
right.
pass. Okay.
We've got a second from Alejo. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. With that, you want to go down? If the board would join us down below here, we're going to hand over the resolution itself.
It's one of these things you don't know who to give this to, so I'm just going to sort of symbolically give it to Mr. Pasculi here, and but it's really all everybody in the media and the media that's not here that really are the stewards of the First Amendment and what keep all of us on our toes and keeps the public informed. And I don't know if anybody has any last words they want to make here, but. All been said, pretty much. Yeah, let's go for the pictures. And as Nick Pasculi would say, let's close that together.
All you do, yeah. Thank you, Nick.
All right, as my colleagues make their way back, next up on our agenda is appointments. I have items 9 through 11.1, 4 appointments in total. Is there any public who wishes to comment on these appointments?
Move approval.
Got a motion from Alejo, second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Next, we're on our consent calendar. Consent is 22 through 41 on today's agenda. I'm going to see if there's any member of this board who wishes to pull an item from consent today for comments, questions, or alternative action. Seeing nobody moving on those, we'll go to the public, see if there's any desire to pull an item from consent today. Got a motion from Alejo. Second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. So we're concluded consent. We'll move into general public comment. Again, this is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body, as was requested earlier, item 13. We are there. So please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to share your comments with this board.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for your time. I have a packed house here. My name is Brian Clark. I live in Sand City. I've been before the supervisors many times, starting in about year 2008. So I'm here basically to talk about the housing element and the new regulations that have been passed at the state to expedite developments, i.e. specifically to get by CEQA and to use infill regulations. So I started working on a project again 17 years ago. And so $18 million later and 17 years, there has not been one home built. However, the supervisors did turn down 2 projects. They did do a settlement with me and said just simply reapply, and then they simply turned me down again. So we have lockstep example of why the infill developments have been passed. So there is currently another application working its way through the county for a small project on Val Verde at the mouth of Carmel Valley. So that was submitted under Builder's Remedy almost 2 years ago now. So again, we have an application that's getting ground and going nowhere fast. So we have new regulations that came into play since this application was submitted. So I would ask the county to direct the planning department to use the new infill regulations for all applications that may be being processed in the county, regardless of when they may have been submitted. So obviously, if you submit an application, the regulations weren't there, so there was nothing to apply. So the one position to be taken that, well, we're going to use the regulations that were in place at the time of the application was submitted, and that the new regulations were not going to apply them. I do not know that to be the case, but I do know the county is trying to digest the new regulations. And so I'd ask you to please direct them to use the newer regulations on processing all applications in the system. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else in the room? All right. Seeing nobody coming forward, we'll go to Zoom. I do see Mr. Schneider's hand back up. Mr. Schneider, we'll give you the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Awesome. Thank you. In listening to what you all had to say about free speech, I want you to understand how much that impacted me. Because maybe now you can understand why I haven't stopped, why I'm still here fighting this fight. Because it's not just for me. It's to ensure that you never do this to anyone else ever again. And what Ms. Blitch, I'm pretty sure, hasn't explained to you is that it wasn't just cops setting up fake email accounts. It wasn't me just being threatened. It wasn't the bullet that was left on my doorstep. It wasn't me being followed home by cops. It's that it has never stopped. 7 years I've been dealing with this, and it's never stopped. I can't even get my county claim to get you guys to read it and to get you the correct information. During the lawsuit, I was threatened. Ms. Blitch knows this. Ms. Blitch formalized it into a letter, yet never investigated or passed on the idea that I had been threatened. Now, what I was threatened for was starting a recall campaign of a prior sheriff. So I don't understand what you guys are doing. You give the speeches, you say the words, and you look at somebody like me like I'm a pariah. And what I'm trying to do is enforce these exact principles and say, no, a mistake was made, but you have to make it right. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Ricardo Diaz Jr. next. Ricardo, you should have the ability to unmute yourself now.
I didn't have my hand up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Or I'll put it down.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to Catherine next. Catherine?
Hi, thank you. It's me again. You know, we're a Monterey County. We're hardworking families, farm workers, small business owners, students, and retirees who deserve safe, honest, and accountable government. We are 80% working class Latino, yet insiders and donors dominate decisions at our expense. You supervisors have promised oversight, but 3 years later, corruption festers in the sheriff's office. Cannabis policy is exploited by insiders, and financial mistakes cost taxpayers millions. I don't know if you've been made aware of the arrest of illegal cannabis, just hit the news today. And you guys celebrate all these anniversaries while ignoring public safety, transparency, and the very laws voters put into the Constitution. You know, it's very obvious to me that our local county does not support President Trump. He's our duly elected president. He is reforming a lot of deep state corruption. I'm thankful for that because, like I said, this agency, Child Protective Services, is corrupt nationwide. And Ms. Blitch, you should be disbarred. When you handled that case on Linda Castillo, every single family that woman ever sat on, their cases should have been opened up, such as mine. But she lied to the judge to take my infant grandson. No policy or procedure was followed. None. No life scan. I'm a retired 12-year federal employee because of what this agency did to my family. And it's not over.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, with that, I don't see any other hands up. We'll bring it back to the dais. Closing public comment. We're jumping into our scheduled matters, beginning with the authorization and approval of an increase in appropriations to the Auditor Controller's fiscal year 25-26 budget in Fund 001. I've got this down as a presentation from Rupa Shah and Adina Garcia and Michael Beaton, who is our Assistant County Administrative Officer. I don't see any of those folks in the room, so I'm assuming they're all with us via Zoom. There's Michael.
And this was an item that was also brought up last week. Right?
Correct.
So
yeah, and I believe the question was source of funding for us to make a decision on.
Yes. Chair Supervisor Lopez, board members, good morning. This is Rupa Shah, the County Auditor Controller, and I am attending via Zoom from Southern California, where we are meeting, all the county auditor controllers are meeting with the state controllers, so we have a conference going on. But again, as mentioned, this is a follow-up to the last Tuesday's item. It is seeking approval to increase appropriation in the auditor controller's budget by $1.7 million, financed by a release from general fund compensated expense assignment account or general fund contingency account. And the board wanted to explore options of the funding for remitting the state for the underwithheld, underpaid state disability insurance tax amount from the Auditor Controller's Office. So with that, I will just hand it back to the board or the CAO's office in case there is further discussion necessary for the funding source.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. I'm going to send it over to Nick Chulos.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Michael Beaton, our assistant CAO, has done some extensive looking into possible sources of funding. I think Michael's going to speak to you just briefly about the alternatives that are before the board, which is what really you were asking at the last meeting. What are the options for funding this particular item? So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, no, I was told to do Zoom? Okay. My bad. Yes. Thank you, Board. Michael Beaton, Assistant CAO for the county. So the question that we were asked to analyze a little bit was to recommend source of funding for the SDI. We do have a little presentation to put together because it involved a little bit of research regarding the different funding sources that we do have. There we go. Thank you. No, I'm just going from Zoom. Yeah, is that all right? Thank you. So what we originally started to look at was to really explore the pots of funding that might be available to help fund the SDI. We looked at compensated absences assignment account. We also looked at the contingency reserve balance, and we really tried to explore. Our recommendation today is going to be use of the compensated absences assignment due to the nexus related to salary and staffing. So today we kind of went over, did a quick little presentation about what is the purpose and what kind of documentation do we actually have as a county that delineates the use of compensated assignment account. The compensated absences assignment is basically designed to cover the cost of retirement or resignation payouts of accrued employee liabilities, whether it be vacation, sick, or comp time for departments who are not able to absorb it within their departmental budgets. And I think that's key, and that's kind of why we highlighted it on the board here, on the slide there. To kind of give it a little impression, so the county's total compensated absence liability is about $70 million a year. When you take out the Natividad Medical Center, we're really talking about the governmental portion, which is about $50 million a year. There's a little asterisk up there that's for the 24-25 year. Those are based on a current report and have not been fully vetted by the Auditor Controller's Office, but they are based on the report we believe they use for the ACFR, or the county's annual cost county financial report. The current balance of the compensated absence assignment is about $10.4 million, which equates to about 21% of the outstanding liability that the county has. We also pulled the history of going back 5 years of the compensated absences assignment. I need to figure out a different acronym for that. And what it basically identified was, in going back to 2020, the original balance was about $8 million. And at that time, the board approved to dissolve the absences assignment account and move that $8 million to the PARS 115 fund. The following year, recommended through the adoption of the budget and or BEAR recommended actions, it was refunded back with another $9.5 million. The following year, an additional $4 million was added. And in that year, we actually had the Sheriff's Office come to the board and request about $800,000 to help offset some of their retirees and employees leaving the Sheriff's Office. The year after that, we had about another $30,000 that was requested from the board, or required for the Board of Supervisors office due to a long-standing employee's retirement. And then the following year, 24-25, the allocation was used for $1 million was set aside to fund the discretionary fund program approved by the board, as well as another $1.3 million for the Sheriff's Office allocation. The key point over here that I wanted to highlight is the total amount that was actually used out of that assignment over those 4 years period is only about $830,000 that was actually dedicated to compensated absences, which would be in line with what the item is. The other withdrawals, the PARS withdrawal and the withdrawal related to the discretionary fund, are uses that I would consider outside of what the purpose of the actual fund was identified, right? So what this chart basically shows is what is our total liability and how has it grown over the years. So we went back about 4 years and really pulled in the balances as identified in the county's annual financial reports. First column basically shows the beginning balance of the year. Next column shows the total amount that has been earned by the county workforce, additional vacation accruals, sick leave accruals, comp time accruals, and then the next column shows the workforce paid and the ending balance. What you will see is it's pretty stagnant across the board. We're about $50 million, not counting the COVID years of the 2020, 2021, where the balance really increased substantially. So the question is, well, what if we just focus on the retirees? How much is the cost that we're talking about for retirees and or those that separate for us? Personnel was nice enough to tell us, identify that we had 495 employees last fiscal year retire and or separate from county service. The average liability for a county employee based on the report is about $13,000, so we're estimating the actual annual payout for just the retiree portion of about $6 to $8 million for the county. So just more of a frame reference. We also went and looked at our fiscal policies to try to identify what policies do we have regarding what the percentage of reserve balance should be in there. Our fiscal policies are fairly absent. Our fiscal policies cover revenue reserves. So these are reserves for main revenue streams, primarily at 10%. We have a strategic reserve. The policy also identifies a recommendation of a 10% for department revenues for any main revenue stream that they do have. Contingency at 1%. On the liability side, our policies are pretty absent. For the general liability, there's nothing listed, but we currently have about 123% of the liability. Workers' comp, nothing listed, but about 117% is what we currently have. The PARS 115 trust, our policy does identify that we should be funding it at 100%. We are currently at 13%. Compensated absences, again, nothing listed, and we're sitting at 21%. So the premise is that we weren't able to find anything that identified we should be maintaining this reserve at a certain level at this time. We will be recommending to the board here, the next fiscal policy update, a certain level percentage, but it's going to require us to do a little bit more research and kind of see what other communities, other counties, and other jurisdictions do related to compensated absences. In addition, we also looked at our contingency fund assignment as another alternative. Below here, this chart is basically a representative of the initial contingency reserve, about $8.7 million that was set aside by this board. From there, this identifies the deductions that have been, not deductions, thank you. The allocations that have been earmarked of this funding stream, leaving currently about $5.4 million. We are recommending at this time not using this for this particular purpose for the reason we are anticipating some additional costs and requests of the board of this particular assignment. With that said, that's pretty much the quick presentation. And again, our recommendation is the use of the compensated absences assignment due to the nexus. Thank you. And available for any questions.
I'm going to start, Supervisor Askew. You want to kick us off on this one? I know.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So we just saw this PowerPoint and we don't have a printed copy of it. So like challenging to like comment on it and engage in a meaningful conversation without having the reference material. So just I'm going to make the request again that we get printed copies of presentations in advance of our our meetings. I've made that request before, I'll make it again. Having said that, I think the points that were made go to the comments that I'd made at our last meeting. First of all, that we don't have a financial policy that provides ongoing funding of the uncompensated absences fund. And we had only previously funded the uncompensated absences funding fund with one-time funds. There were 2 periods of time where we provided funding for that account. And we've been spending that fund down on things in this last budget and in our previous budget to fund other matters outside of uncompensated absences and outside of what we established the fund for. And I expressed concern when we took those actions then. I don't think it's fiscally responsible for us to spend down liabilities that future boards and future residents and future county workers are going to then be responsible for. So I have concerns. I had concerns then. I have concerns now. And I think that we, furthermore, have some financial, we also have a strategic reserve that's half full. We have a whole bunch of financial policies where we've been pulling money out of one-time dollars that have been set aside for good purpose, for a whole bunch of other things. And I think in this case, potentially, there's an argument to be made that this has some potential connection to salaries, but it's not what the fund was established for, and I'm just not comfortable using it for this purpose. I think when we're putting money aside for future purposes, we need to hold to those reasons. I have one other comment, and I would love to have more conversation about everything else that was presented, but without having it in front of me, I'm not able to reference back. So one other comment, the resolution that's attached to the item it states now, therefore, be it resolved that we will be releasing $1.7 million from the uncompensated absences assignment account, or so A or B. And I think that we need to make sure that when we adopt whatever we're doing, we're clear about what that resolution. I think it would have been easier to have it be either like have one resolution that stated one account or a separate resolution that stated this separate account. So I just want to make sure whatever gets approved, that the clerk is clear about having a new resolution drafted that clearly identifies which fund is referenced. So my preference, again, is to be really clear about how we're spending our dollars. I think this is a contingency issue, and that we need to stop stealing money from future boards and future workers. And I've made my point.
All right, anybody else on this item? All right, let's take this out to the public. Invite the public to use the raise hand function via Zoom, *9 via landline to be recognized, or come forward in room. Seeing nobody coming forward in room, no hands going up via Zoom, we'll bring it back to the dais at this point. Supervisor Church.
Yep. I have a question, actually. You had highlighted on here that some of the departments are able to absorb some of this. How much was absorbed? I don't know. I don't know if I caught that inside the report.
Yeah, so the report actually doesn't have the total amount that was absorbed by departments. Our estimate, it's going to be somewhere around $6 to $7 million is what was actually absorbed. In any given year, when you have a when you have a group of employees that retire and or vacate, they get a cash payout. If a department can absorb it, and we believe that dollar amount to be somewhere between $6 to $8 million on an annual basis, the department's primarily going to be able to absorb that either through salary savings because they have other vacancies and they haven't necessarily filled it, or they have alternate revenue streams that can actually cover the cost. So the request of the general fund side of the house is what this is primarily designed for. And so at this time, I can't necessarily give you an exact dollar amount, but I can give you a range.
Thank you. And just a follow-up to that question, in separating out Natividad like you did, is it because you believe that they will be able to absorb those costs, or just because it's such a large chunk?
I believe the answer would be both. Correct.
And if you could just pull up your slides again, this is just a follow-up question to, I think it was the second to last slide. And I just need to reference it to be able to articulate my question.
No problem.
Yeah, it was this one. So in terms of liability reserves and the current situation for some of those accounts or accounts that don't exist today, could you just sort of give me a preview of what the plan is for this, what might be presented to this board in the future to create those reserve accounts for our liabilities where they don't exist and to build up the ones that do exist? Is that something that you're working on?
I think as a result of this exercise, I think it is absolutely something they're going to be recommending to the board. We'll primarily work through the budget committee to make recommendations as far as what we do find. We will be requesting more of a review what other counties do, what is industry best practice, if there is something out there, and then ultimately making a recommendation back to this board. And if we are short on certain assignments, then we would develop a plan, working with through our office to make a recommendation back to the board.
So I just want to express then, as one of the supervisors, that I would, and I'm sure my colleagues agree, like that would be something that would be really prudent and important for us to do, especially since we've had the opportunity to look at it with this question before us. So thank you. And if there's any way I can be supportive of that, I would like to be. Thank you.
I would just quickly say there's not a lot of easy choices here on where we take the money from. Hopefully, we don't have to do this in the future. And I think our auditor's office has commented on changes she's making there to hopefully avoid this down the road. A lot to learn from it. I think all of us wish we could have avoided this, but we have to confront and we have to pay that cost as difficult as it may be. And so I think our staff took a look at what are the different options here, and this is the one that makes most sense. So I'm willing to support our staff's recommendation for today. And we do need 4/5 vote to get this approved. Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
That's a motion? All right, with a second, Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I just agree. There isn't any real good choices here. I am concerned about the compensated absence fund, but I look at here what I think is what's the most urgent fund at this point, and I'm going to look at the contingency fund. I don't want to here in October cut it down to 3.7 million when we still have 3/4 of a year to go, and that's getting dark close to half right now. So I want to try to protect that as much as possible, especially as we're heading into what is, I will call winter, or in Monterey County we know as disaster season.
Yeah.
Chair?
It's the winter disaster season. There's a summer disaster season too. But Supervisor Daniels.
And I just wanted to add to that, you know, we've been presented with two choices, and I don't believe one of the alternatives is to not pay the state this money. I want to be really clear about that. That's not one of the options that are on the table before us. So just to be clear.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I will ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
No, I think it needs to come from the appropriate fund, and I need to be on record with that concern.
All right, abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries 4-1. With that, we've concluded our morning agenda. Putting us at lunch, we'll reconvene here in chambers at 1:30. We will see you all then.
Valerie, can you hear me?
Hi, Jordy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly. Sorry, I was trying to get my microphone. I'm waiting for IT to put you in. It looks like you're in the Spanish channel now.
No, I'm Armando Peña.
Armando's in the
Peña
Spanish
is, I'm in the main hall. Yeah, as if I was not set up. I'm just testing this because I wanted to clear out because we didn't do that in the morning. This is working properly.
That was weird, but yeah, so can you hold on one second?
In the heat of the moment, that can happen. I'm pretty savvy in connecting things. Maybe next week or later on, if you have issues. With Anna, we have a lot of experience. I'm the tech guy.
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
Side.
She was saying you're the techie. Yeah. I'm just waiting for IT. They're here with me right now, but he's trying to test it on his.
Yeah. Probably that's Armando.
Yeah.
Okay. I will mute myself.
Okay. Give us 1 minute. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Worry. I'm here.
Hi, Jordy. Yes, that's fine.
Yes. So this system, okay, what I like this right now, as I'm set, I'm able to, once you place me in the box of interpretation, I'm not able to come out unless you're going to the English channel, to the Spanish channel. If someone comes to the podium and makes a comment, I need to have a second device. Anna has done that with you. I have another device right now that I can come in, and that won't be the channel for interpretation. This will be the channel for interpretation.
Got you.
If someone comes and requests a headset, and I will have another two computers here.
Okay.
I'm gonna come in, and that one is gonna be the second one. But you're gonna uplift me like Anna, when you do with Anna, but she comes through an iPad.
Yes. Oh, he just put you in the Spanish channel. I don't know if you can hear me. So does he need 2 different devices, Armando? Yeah. So I guess on this point, we should not for today. Yeah. And then test it. Yeah, we could do that. Okay, so if you take him out, I can let him know that. Okay.
I'm hearing you.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I hear you.
Yeah, I think exactly what you're saying, and I'm glad you're techie. That makes sense. So do you think you'd be available later in the week? I mean, it should only take us 15 minutes to test it.
Yes, right now I'm coming in with the other device. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that one will be my second one.
Okay.
And this one will be the main. This is only for headsets.
I see you're all okay there. I'm promoting you. I see you as a.
Okay, that's the second device. Okay, it is impossible to do it like with this one in the Spanish channel unless you give headsets to monolingual English speakers. You're gonna be able to go live. Okay, because you need a special program and equipment so you can use only this line. It is better to have a second device, the other one that you're seeing me right now. Like right now, you see me in that second device.
Yes.
And this one right now, you will set me as the interpreter. So anyone that comes online or anyone that you give a device, they're gonna be hearing me here in Spanish or in English. It's always gonna be in Spanish. And this one, the one you see me right now, this is the one that if someone makes a comment or someone makes a presentation, okay, and it's being done in Spanish, I will have to come back here consecutive and do what we did last week, or Anna does as well. Anna does better than me.
So, no,
I'm fast.
you did a great job. Should we put the one that says Jordi interpreter then in the Spanish channel?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you will place that in the interpretation channel. One thing, only one point. When I came in, the interpretation function was already open.
Yes.
Okay. It has to be closed. That is what caused the problem that you didn't hear me. You tried to hear me, but it wasn't possible, even though you switched to the English channel. So you could hear me. It wasn't possible because it has to be disconnected. Once I come in, like right now, you're going to activate it, and this computer will remain as the channel for interpretation.
Okay. I hope
And the other
Armando is
one-
getting all of this because, again, I'm not the techie person. Armando, are you hearing? Okay. He's listening. Our IT person's on. Okay.
To be honest, even in San Jose, well, San Jose now has other things, but still, San Jose or San Francisco, we can't do it. San Francisco City try to see it because they have several languages. Try to see to get that machine that will be able to access, and it is not worth it. It is better to have this computer with interpretation and the other one as a second device. So when you need consecutive, that is the best way. It is the most safe way.
Yeah, no, I think that's the way I originally wanted to set it up with the second laptop in here to have it in the Spanish channel. And then you make total sense with having the second device, which would be English consecutive. So that makes sense. Yeah.
Can I ask only one thing?
Sure.
What is the brand of interpretation equipment that you have?
I think it's, what is it, Armando?
Listen or Williamson?
It's Listen.
Listen, okay, we're good.
Yeah,
We're good. Listen or Williamson, we're good.
Okay. No, it makes total sense. So let's leave you in the English right now, and then hopefully we can
and
test.
how do you connect? How do you connect from the computer with a double jack 3M 0.5M? You connect to the transmitter to the people there, Armando?
Can you hear Armando?
Not that clearly.
He said that's a good question.
Okay, so when people get there and they're listening interpretation towards the Spanish through the headsets, how do you connect the interpretation? I suppose that you do it with a 3.5 jack to the transmitter, the listen transmitter. That is correct?
Yes, correct.
Excuse me?
Oh, Armando said, yes, that's correct.
Okay, we're good. That's the best way. Okay, perfect.
Okay, so we'll leave you in the English setup for right now, and then we'll have to do a little bit more talking on this end, and then test for the Spanish channel.
Yeah, let's leave right now, activate right now, the interpretation right now. So we're ready. We're 10 minutes away.
Yep. Okay, and then
Can
I'll
you
contact
activate?
you and Anna about the testing on the other device later on in the week.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can set it up once I'm there. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, activate.
Okay, thank you
Set
so
me
much.
up.
Thank you, Jordi.
You're welcome. Of course. You're welcome.
like it's hard.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're reconvening this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for October 21st, 2025. Let the record reflect that all members of this board, except for Supervisor Askew, are present. At this point, I'm going to ask Jordy to give us the announcement of the Spanish interpreter services available.
Muy buenas tardes a todos los hispanoparlantes. Servicios de interpretación serán brindados en la recámara. Pueden solicitar su aparato para escuchar la interpretación simultánea y de igual manera, al hacer su comentario público, por favor hágalo de forma pausada y clara para tomar el tiempo para interpretarlo. Gracias.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'm going to turn the floor over to Kelsey Scanlon, who's going to kick off a presentation from the Department of Emergency Management on the Pajaro Recovery App.
No? Oh. Yes. All right. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chief Assistant County Administrative Officer Chulos, and County Council. Thank you so much for having us here today. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank the community of Pajaro for allowing us to serve them over the past 2.5 years in implementing Assembly Bill 102 recovery relief projects. They have continued to advocate for their community values and vision for the future and for advocating for their needs throughout this program. And so we are tremendously thankful for that vocalizing quite consistently over the last 2.5 years and applaud them for their efforts. I'd also like to take a moment to thank our stakeholders who assisted us in implementing many of these projects, without which we would truly be nowhere. We'd legitimately be at the beginning of this program wondering how to spend $20 million quickly. And so I'd like to take a moment to thank the Monterey County Workforce Development Board, the Monterey County Department of Public Works, Facilities and Parks, the North County Fire Protection District, the Community Foundation for Monterey County, Community Bridges, and Catholic Charities of Monterey County throughout this process, and the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Services District throughout this process. And I'm very excited to present to you our progress to date. And so with that, If you could go to the next slide. This is a summary of the project status that will go through each one, covering the details and minutia. And on the left, you'll see the projects that were pre-approved and the current status, as well as the budgeted amount and how much has been obligated and expended by each project. You'll also note at the bottom the $400,000 contingency that we had set aside for project overruns and underruns, and where we're at in the use of those funds. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Laura to provide an update on the Individuals and Households Disaster Assistance Project.
So starting with the Individuals and Households Disaster Assistance Program, one of the highest priorities, which was obligated $6 million from AB 102 to cover the needs of individuals affected by floods. So on this project, we partnered with Catholic Charities, Diocese of Monterey, and Community Bridges to give out assistance to individuals and families across 3 distinct phases. So phase 1, evacuation support, was dedicated to meeting the community need for direct recovery assistance and targeted everyone who had been evacuated from the flooding and the breach of the Pajaro levee. That assistance was given out over 2 phases where eligible households could receive $200 to $1,000 per household. And across each phase, we gave out approximately $470,000 to around 680 households, distributing a little under $1 million in phase 1 assistance. Phase 2 assistance targeted direct flood losses experienced by the community. So vehicle repair and replacement, we distributed around $268,000 to 68 eligible households. In home repair assistance, we've distributed to date $664,000 to 38 eligible households. We have distributed $36,000 approximately in housing assistance to 14 households, and personal property, which was clearly the largest category of assistance distributed. We've distributed almost $3 million to 322 households. Catholic Charities is still finishing out a few of their remaining phase 2 cases, mostly being some of the most complex home repair cases, but they do feel confident they'll be able to distribute the remaining phase 2 funds before the end of the performance period. Community Bridges has completed all of their phase 2 distribution and is now focusing on our phase 3 community resilience assistance that they are currently distributing. So I don't have any numbers at the moment on that, but that will take up all of the remaining funding that they were awarded. And so the goal of this funding is to provide additional direct assistance to households who were evacuated due to the breach of the Pajaro levee to increase their resilience to any future disasters that may occur. And really the goal here is to make sure that all funding that was allocated by the board to go to the community goes directly to the community. So across the board with administrative fees, we've currently expended $5.3, almost $5.4 million of the $6 million, and we feel pretty confident the rest of this funding will be distributed by the end, really by mid-November.
Throughout the extensive community engagement that we conducted in fall 2023, we repeatedly heard from our small business community that there were no local, state, or federal programs providing financial recovery resources other than low interest rate loans by the Small Business Administration. And so it was extremely important for us to develop one of the first small business disaster assistance programs other than with COVID relief that this county has seen. And so we allocated approximately $4 million of the total budget to go directly towards losses and damages, as well as beautification in the small businesses of the community of Pajaro. To date, you'll see that we have obligated and expended a total of $4 million, a little bit over what was budgeted, at a total of $4,113,919. As such, we have identified that there was a remaining approximately $350,000 that was still needed for this program. And so we allocated an additional $350,000 from the contingency budget to increase the total amount and make sure that all of the small needs were met for our small businesses in the community of Pajaro. And this is anticipated to be fully expended by the end of the performance period in December 2025.
So another really exciting project, and I'm excited today because as these are wrapping up, we're going to provide some overview on some of the successes, was the Pajaro Community Grant Program, which was obligated $2 million. So we partnered with the Community Foundation to create a grant application. The goal of this program was to support community projects which would enhance the ability of the community to prepare for, respond to, and recover from emergencies by leveraging some of the programs and services provided by non-governmental organizations. So in late 2024, in partnership with the Community Foundation, we opened an application period, and a volunteer grant committee reviewed and approved those applications. And at the end of 2024, $1.8 million was awarded to 22 organizations across a wide variety of programs and projects. So I'm going to cover a few highlights today, but I just want to note these are just finishing up now. So this is not representative of all programs and projects that have been implemented to date. So first on this slide, you can see an artist's rendering of a mural currently being installed in the community, and that is in progress to date. Additionally, some other really exciting projects that are wrapping up is the Watsonville Wetlands Watch installed and constructed a new outdoor classroom, school garden, and orchard at the Pajaro Middle School. They hosted a celebration of trees planting event and were able to plant 55 new shade trees and fruit trees, 800 native and drought-tolerant plants throughout the campus, and additionally had 64 trees adopted by Pajaro residents. The Mujeres en Acción implemented a Pajaro Community Resources and Economic Development Language Access Program, starting a support group for the Mixteco community, and additionally provided outreach to 240 Pajaro families on disaster preparedness. The Watsonville Law Center was able to conduct over 185 legal consultations with individuals and secured more than $400,000 in monetary benefits for those clients and hosted 3 community workshops. The Monterey Bay Economic Partnership was able to hire an executive director and form the Pajaro Business Group, which will hopefully serve as a long-term support system for the business community. A really exciting partnership across 3 projects awarded between the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, Salud para la Gente, and Second Harvest Food Bank led to the reopened and reimagined Resource Center at the Pajaro Middle School, which provides direct access to healthcare through 2 exam rooms on site, in addition to a food pantry. The Salvation Army of Watsonville was able to distribute additional food to those experiencing homelessness and increase their inventory of blankets, jackets, socks for the homeless community through the winter. The Proudly Pajaro program implemented by the Community Action Board of Santa Cruz County was a very exciting leadership academy in which 18 Pajaro residents went through an intensive leadership seminars. In addition to the mural, we also were able to implement art workshops. So 9 different art workshops ranging from 25 to 50 participants, giving away art kits and gift cards were conducted. Over 30 plus seniors and small business owners participated in the Loaves, Fishes, and Computers digital equity cohort, receiving training on important digital skills and receiving a laptop or iPad through that participation. And Catholic Charities conducted gardening, nutrition, and home education courses and distributed gardening supplies to all participants. So this is just a sample of the 22 exciting awarded projects. But I think as these are wrapping up, it's really exciting to share all of the work that we were able to implement through this program. So turning now to infrastructure, a really critical priority for AB 102 was enhancing transportation safety throughout the community. So to date, in partnership with the Public Works Roads and Bridges Division, we have implemented 24 improved curb ramps throughout the community, 2 school warning beacons, 27 new solar streetlights, 3 new radar speed signs. They have expended about close to $1.6 million to date and are planning to finish their last 2 projects in November, which will include signal and crosswalk updates at San Juan Road at Porter Drive and then at Salinas Road at the Pajaro Middle School. If you can see the map, it's a little bit far out. We can share the slides after, but I think it shows kind of the level of impact they were able to have across the community in these different safety improvements. So the Pajaro Library, so this project kind of originally covered 2 different items. So the library was significantly damaged by the flooding and breach of the Pajaro levee. And additionally, there were plans to upgrade the 2nd and 3rd floors of the library. Originally, AB 102 funds were allocated for the upgrade project due to the timing and critical necessity of implementing repairs before improvements. That funding was reallocated to complete the repairs, and of AB 102, about $400,000 was still used for the design portion of that project for the upgrade. And then luckily, thanks to this board, they will still be able to complete that library upgrade with additional county funds that were allocated. So they started work on June 10th of 2026. They feel confident that of the funding awarded from AB 102, they will be able to expend that by 2025, with flood repairs being complete in June of 2026 and having the library upgrade complete in December of 2026. There have been minor cost overruns, as you saw in the initial contingency slide. $50,000 of the contingency has been set aside due to the need for increased security on site during construction. Additionally, they have noted the facilities team has identified some structural deficiencies which could require additional funding and have requested consideration, if any funds are available, that they could expend those to address some of the construction structural deficiencies that were identified. I believe we do have facilities on the phone if there are specific questions about the library.
Real quick before you go, I do want to make note of an error that should say June 10th, 2025, that the notice to proceed was issued.
That is absolutely correct.
Sorry. Should have got that in the edit, but thank you.
I apologize for that. So the next infrastructure project, which is very exciting, is the Pajaro Park upgrades and repair project. So in partnership with Monterey County Parks and Pajaro Sunny Mesa, the county initiated an agreement in February of 2025 to complete the proposed work using our job order contractors. Monterey County Parks has officially initiated that contractor, and construction is actually planned to begin this coming Monday on October 27th. They will anticipate they should be able to complete both the field turf replacement and playground area repair by December 2025.
All right, so the digital message board that we had been approved to pursue at the Pajaro Middle School was an ongoing project that we had been working on to develop a scope of work and contract for approximately 6 to 8 months over the course of fall 2024 and early winter 2025. Unfortunately, the county and the Pajaro Middle School were unable to agree to grant compliance terms, and as such had to terminate the project. DEM did pivot on this project with the same intention and ultimate vision behind the purpose of the project, which is to be able to communicate with the community via digital message board. And so we will be purchasing mobile digital message boards that can be deployed throughout the community should an emergency occur, and those will be housed by DEM. And so any funds remaining on this project, though not anticipated, will go back to contingency funds and allocated for other approved projects.
So another really exciting project was emergency response and flood fighting. In partnership with North County Fire Protection District, they identified and we acquired tools and equipment that would enhance their ability and flood fighting capabilities in the community of Pajaro. This included a tractor and trailer to assist in debris removal, a boat and trailer to allow improved flood rescue capabilities, a variety of flood safety equipment, a generator, emergency mobile radios. Additionally, they are conducting flood rescue training throughout the fall, and so that is in progress and anticipated to be complete in the next month or so. And then the high water rescue vehicle is anticipated to be delivered at the end of November.
Over the last 2.5 years, DEM has been working in the community of Pajaro to increase preparedness. In addition to what you see here, we have done billboard messaging of the alert and warning program. We've tested the emergency alert system. We have actively been engaging with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to develop an emergency action plan, but most importantly, a community communication plan. We have been working vigorously with Community Bridges to develop Pajaro's first community emergency response team, which we're very proud to say approximately 25 residents participated in the full training and were provided CERT backpacks and equipment. Additionally, we have been working behind the scenes with the Community Foundation for Monterey County to develop a community organizations active in disaster, a COAD, which is ultimately intended to strengthen the local capabilities of nonprofit partners to assist the government in providing disaster response and recovery programs throughout the community. Additionally, we have purchased 1,000 go bags, which I'm very excited to say will be distributed to residents at our Proudly Pajaro Preparedness Fair this fall, which is anticipated or currently planned for November 8th, 2025, which is a Saturday. There will be community preparedness resources, food, a band, and ultimately a time for residents to gather and share their experience and to learn about additional resources. And so the next steps here are to complete the AB 102 projects by the end of the performance period, which is December 2025, conduct the grant closeout in January 2026, and provide a final report to the Board of Supervisors and the community in February/March 2026. And then as a friendly reminder, our community event that I just mentioned is coming up in about a month, a little short of a month. And we encourage everyone to come, participate, and engage. It'll be a really exciting time to share resources and information. And so before I hand it back to the board for questions and comments, I really just want to take a moment to acknowledge our staff. Most notably Laura, who has been doing just a tremendous amount of work to get this money spent and out the door and into the community. I want to take a moment to thank our admin staff, Damien and Jackie, for processing payments in a very timely fashion. And also, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge Andrea Estrada, who has done a tremendous job liaising with the community and advocating for community values and the needs of the community, and really being that voice championing the recovery efforts. And so to them, I am just unbelievably proud at the work that they've done in the community. It's tremendous what we see behind closed doors. And it's just seeing all the community programs, it's just an honor to be able to serve and to have such a tangential and fruitful impact in the community. And so thank you guys. Thank you for everything that you're doing. This really is an example of a graceful and really elegant balance of meeting the acute needs of the community, but also investing long-term in the overall resilience of the community of Pajaro. And I think the work demonstrates that. So thank you for everything. And with that, we'll hand it back to you for questions.
Thank you, Kelsey. And I don't want to miss the opportunity to share that we also appreciate your leadership, the vulnerability you just shared in this room, and the way you thanked your staff and put them first, I think is the type of leadership we've always dreamed of having in this position, knowing how folks approach crisis, being able to get them through it, but then helping them get through recovery takes a human aspect that not everybody can bring to this after repeated traumas. We joked earlier about being a disaster winter county, a disaster spring county, a disaster summer county, because we can experience them all. It takes a lot to get back up. And, you know, there's a popular song right now that says the only backup plan I need is the ability to get back up. And so you lead your team in that way, constantly standing back up for them and helping them move forward, and through them, the community. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Church. Supervisor Pajaro.
I want to just thank all of you and your team, Kelsey, Laura, and everybody onto there, and the partners that you've kind of worked with. It's, you know, looking back over the last 2.5 years, it's been a extraordinary journey. Extraordinary journey of working with you folks, and you guys have done just tremendous job. I mean, I can't describe it. I think Supervisor Lopez had, you know, addressed it somewhat there, and you can see it in the people in the community. You know, I know 2.5 years ago when I was, you know, there and things were flooding, and people came up to me and they said, well, you know, what have you ever done for us? You know, and I've only been in office for 2 months, so I mean, I hadn't done much, I agree. But seeing how that kind of feeling, that kind of upset, which was very, very well placed, frankly, from the community when you're facing things that you're losing your property, your lives are at risk, or whatever you've had and accomplished have been compromised. That long ago, that feeling disappeared in that community. And it's because of all the work that you folks have done, all of us have done. We had a presentation in here, I think it was last week, on the safe routes to school. And I made reference to how this money was spent, this $20 million was spent very similar in a ways to that safe routes to school. And I still remember all those. I can't even remember how many meetings we had out there. I'm thinking of a dozen anyway. There were some out at the park. There were some at the churches, different places around the community. But we were getting 150 people turning out. I mean, that's fully 5% of the population of the community. I mean, you just don't get kind of turnout anywhere, much less in a community that's been underserved, history of being neglected. People that traditionally aren't heavily politically engaged were heavily politically engaged. We spoke here earlier about the First Amendment, people having a right to speak and express themselves, and that was done through those communities. People were engaged and people went forth, and then they voted and chose what projects they wanted. I mean, I just don't know how you can get more basic on self-government and what you need and what you want and how you get it. And that's what was made possible by your team. And we were fortunate to have that $20 million. I mean, this was really an exceptional opportunity, and it isn't a, I don't know how to describe it. It was an exceptional opportunity that we were able to bring to fruition, I think, beyond our expectations, frankly, at this point. And yes, not everybody's been helped. No one, I don't know if anybody's really been made whole from this, but that wasn't the plan. And when you have a disaster, you never can do that. But it lifted so many people up. It gave so many opportunities. It's done things to make a community look better, be better than it was before, with the beautification programs, the beautiful mural that's going up there, the street work that's being done. There's the counties and public works, there's more work that they're being done to this community. It's going to be transformed into many ways. So this is a model. This is a model on how to do these kind of things. And I hope the state's paying attention. I hope the state can get information onto this and realize that when other communities in the state face this kind of a problem, other communities in this county face this kind of problem, and we're able to bring in state funds and be allowed to spend those state funds without state mandates and telling us how to spend them. This is what you can accomplish. This is what can be done. And that's a lesson to really be learned. And you folks have done a tremendous job. You made the community proud. You made the county proud. And thank you for everything you've done.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah. First of all, I want to echo the same. Thank you for all the tremendous work that has been done on this. This was the first time I think the state of California had provided these types of resources to two disadvantaged communities impacted by flooding, Pajaro and Plenada in Merced County. And I remember being very involved with the talks with the lawyers of Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability that reached out to us because they were advocating for the money for Plenada and included Pajaro in that same bill in June of 2023. I think all this is all good, but the question would be, how do we let the community know where all this money went? And because I know a lot of work has been done, all the meetings, all the dozens of people who turned out, the many ways you got public input. But if you pass through Pajaro, it's not always apparent where the money went. And I bring that up because I was at an event, I don't know, 2 weekends ago, and somebody asked me that. That was from, they no longer live in Pajaro, but their family's there. And they said, what happened to all the money? And so I think when it comes to that, and that's why even when we were giving the small business beautification grants in previous meetings, I said it's always good to document it, because the before and after, so that later we could put on social media or on a website where all the money went. This is how this neighborhood or this business looked before. This is how it looks after. It's that simple. We have to really be accountable to show the community where the money went. Some of this money went to services and programs and legal services. I always have concerns with that because that only lasts so long, a year, 2 years, and you don't see a permanent enhancement in the community. It went to when grants go to different services, they're all needed, but the criticism has always been, where are those projects that could really have a lasting impact and enhance the community, beautify the community for many years to come versus a year or two of service. And so that would be my challenge of how could we get all these charts and perhaps add images so we could tell the story of all the great work you did. So the community, when they ask, oh, here's the list, here's all the breakdown. I think just on the $2 million that went to the community foundation for those services, like that, I hadn't seen that broken down, right? And I think we need to do that now that we're trying to wrap things up here, so the community knows exactly where the money went. I did want to follow up on one thing, which is the signage, right? Because it's one thing when you got the emergency road signs, not as nice, not permanent. When you first brought up that the middle school wanted to put a permanent sign, I saw it as a way for a relatively small community to be able to announce school events and other community meetings. If Supervisor Church is having an upcoming meeting, town hall at the gym, to announce as people passing by, come this Wednesday for this meeting. I really like that idea because it lets the school continue to be its central meeting location, but to announce upcoming events and not only meetings, but when the food bank is there and many other things, sporting events. If you could explain what went wrong there, why wasn't that possible? Because it seems a relatively small amount, $100,000, that would have been an enhancement for notifying the community about upcoming events. That was one. The other question I brought up previously to you, Kelsey, was just because the school district did pass a school bond. They did come to us early in the process asking for money. I think they wanted to put in one of those paved tracks so that then the community, when it's not being used, moms and family members could use it for walking and exercising. I always thought that was another good idea, another permanent asset to the community, and through an MOU could have been a win-win for the student athletes, but also for the community, for health and wellness and exercise. So on that question, is there any money left after all this is said and done? And I know you told me before there isn't, but that was like a month ago. But will there be any amount left over where the county can contribute potentially to such a track and field investment there? So those would be my two questions on the signage, and then on whether there's any money left over for what the school district originally came here on. Murray Scheckman, who was the interim superintendent at the time, came and asked for that money early on.
Yes, and I also want to address your comments about communicating the funds. So we will be doing a final report with a breakdown of every single project and where the funds were, where the funds went, and that will be in both English and Spanish.
Great.
And we'll continue to update our website as well. At the preparedness fair, we'll also have a tabling booth with posters providing education about where the funds went to. And then additionally, we have just approved stickers, high visibility, weatherproof stickers that will be going on physical infrastructure like the crosswalks indicating where the funds came from. We're also looking at more signage at the soccer field to indicate where the funds came from. And then finally, we've been talking about an interactive map similar to the one you saw with the critical infrastructure about where all the projects took place. Yeah.
All great ideas.
And of course, we'll be working with the communications team to communicate that in a variety of different means and methods.
That would allow me to tell that person, go to the website, it's all right there, all broken down. So
Yeah.
that makes it very easy. Thanks.
Yep. And then I think there will be additional funding opportunities. You know, recovery is measured in years, not days. And so I very much foresee there will be additional funds coming into the community of Pajaro from a variety of different resources that can help address some of these other projects. In regards to the digital message board, we absolutely agreed. And quite candidly, between you and I and this open session and now the public, that was my favorite project. Yeah. I was profoundly excited about having a high-tech piece of equipment in the community of Pajaro that could communicate day-to-day messages to students, parents, as well as community meetings, government resources, and of course, evacuation information. Yeah. And so we had been working with the school staff about the height of the board. We had even a mock-up of what it would look like. But at the end of the day, the school attorneys could not agree to the standard terms and conditions that the grant required, such as the Clean Air Act and a couple of other state measures. And so it was really unfortunate that we couldn't get past that level of approval. We did reach out to the superintendent's office multiple times to help navigate the conversation, but never received phone calls or emails back from the superintendent's office either. And so we did have to make an executive decision to pivot due to the lack of correspondence and sent them a formal letter notifying them of the deobligation of the project. Because the funds do need to be spent, and from what I can gather, there was not going to be an extension approved by the state on the performance period, which is also why I'm hesitant to use any remaining funds, if at all, which I do not anticipate that there are, on a school track, because the funds have to be obligated and liquidated by the end of December. And so unless they have additional capital to complete a $3 million school project for a new track and field, it would be funds that we can't guarantee are going to be expended by December, which was the unfortunate part, though.
Well, just on that, I would say we still have 2.5 months. A sign doesn't seem like it's very overly bureaucratic, but that's, if we knew that, I could have called the superintendent, and Supervisor Church could have called the superintendent. We could have talked to the school board members to be able to address any of those legal state requirement issues that it could have been worked out. So if there's still a chance, I would engage in that to see if it can be worked out by the end of the year. And the school did just pass a multi-million-dollar school bond. They just renovated all the fields, a brand new track, brand new bleachers, a bunch of other stuff at Watsonville High School. I don't know what the plan is for Pajaro Middle School, but it might be in alignment to obligate them if there is any money, and if they're moving forward on such a plan. I just got to circle in. I haven't got the latest in a while.
Okay. Yeah, we can certainly reach out if there's funds available to see what we can do.
And then the last thing I want to bring up, because Supervisor Church brought this up, was I thought there was a project through the Arts Council for an entry sign into Pajaro.
Yes.
There was a current sign there. There was a dilapidated, burnt down business structure that finally got demolished. And so according to our Housing Community Development, they're moving forward to built, I think, some mixed-use building, commercial and housing. But it might be the perfect time to envision a new sign for that entrance of Pajaro, and then perhaps moving that older sign to another part of the community rather than putting a storage somewhere. It'd be nice to perhaps on the railroad track side to have that as a welcoming sign into Pajaro. And I don't think it's too costly to be able to put it up somewhere else. So if you could just give us the latest on that, on the signage.
So we had intended for the Safe Streets program to do both infrastructure improvements as well as a welcome sign. After the board approved the project, we went back and did more community outreach, town hall meetings, specifically on streets projects for AB 102 funds as well as the TAMC funds. And I believe Supervisor Church was there as well, in which the community that participated in those two meetings adamantly indicated that they did not want a new sign and that they wanted all of the funds to be spent on road and infrastructure improvements. We were also finding at the same time that quotes and estimates that we were looking at were well above and beyond what we had budgeted for. And in addition to that, we were really struggling to find an easement to actually put the sign for the one property on the corner that I don't believe we actually had a right to that easement, was my understanding. And so we were struggling to find even a place to put one that we didn't have funds for. I apologize. And so with approval by Supervisor Church, we did stay in alignment with the intention of the original project, but dedicated all those funds to street improvements and pedestrian safety.
So will the sign that's there, will it remain there then?
Yes.
Okay. Lost opportunity. Certainly, gateways into communities are a thing. You know, we're talking about Alisal recently, but I mean, there's a lot of other communities that these gateway signs are really an attraction and a source of pride in the community. And I know when you got limited resources and a lot of other asks, sometimes it moves lower on the priority list. But it would definitely, I would just keep it as a hopefully another project down the road, Supervisor Church, to bring that back. The $20 million got utilized, but maybe down the road there's a way to fund such a gateway signage enhancement down the road. And last thing I would say, I know I said that already, but it would be beautiful to have a Pajaro Beautification Day, because when the times that we walk, they've always been frustration about the cleaning trucks not coming in as often. There's weeds that come up, and it'd be nice working with waste management and just our public works and community volunteers, our nonprofits, once a year, just to be able to have a cleanup day that would really deal with all those issues that doing them once a year would enhance the community in ways that haven't got the attention that it deserves. I pass through there and I see just the little things that aren't cleaned up regularly that through a community effort could really bring the community out to take pride, added pride in the place that they live in.
Absolutely. We will work with our nonprofits and public works to see what we can put together.
Yeah. And I would definitely volunteer all day to do that.
Excellent. We'll get you a hard hat too.
Exactly.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I know I'm coming in at the last minute for all of this great work, but this was for me a really impressive presentation. And I know just from what I've heard how hard you and the community have all worked to make this happen. And it just seems like a really fabulous example of a democratic process that produced some real results, both immediate and long-lasting, and it's just an impressive presentation in terms of the number of nonprofits and the entities that you worked with and the progress that you made, and then most importantly, the amount of money that has been obligated and expended in ways that are going to be very impactful, or that already have been impactful. I'm looking forward to sort of building on this in ways that even without a big allocation of funding, I want to come to your community preparedness fair on November 8th. That'd be wonderful to see what ideas it can spark for other communities. This is really exciting stuff, and really amazing to bring to produce a CERT team, where there was none. That's impressive. And to be able to have 200 CERT backpacks distributed to residents who are completing the training, that's going to have a real lasting benefit, and in addition to all the other things I'm reading about here. So really well done, exciting stuff. And I think as a county, we have so much that we can do in addition to all of this to build on this work that came out of this community. So I'm very impressed, and just thank you for the presentation.
All right, good work. I know we're going to go out to the public here in a second, but before we do that, I just want to echo all the comments from the dais. And one on the board, I also was really excited about that project. So even if we can't work with the school, I was wondering maybe we swap a parking spot with the church and put it out on the main street there. I'm sure you guys have looked at all options, but hopefully we can find a way to have a permanent presence either through this or in the future through AA, because I think that's just such a great idea in terms of an essential need for the community. I think we need to find a path forward. But again, thank you for the work. I know that it has not been easy, and trying to coalesce so many voices and find the majority through that process was a true experiment in democracy, and it had its moments here in this chambers with folks upset, but in the end, I think we were able to honor all the voices and make sure everybody felt seen and heard and move forward in a way that has a lasting impact. So good work. With that, let's take this out to the public and invite folks to share their thoughts with us on this presentation. If you're joining us via Zoom and wish to comment, please use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized. If you're in the room, go ahead and make your way to the front of the room. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. All right, seeing nobody coming forward in the room, I have one hand up via Zoom. I'm going to go to Adriana Melgoza. Adriana, will give you the ability to unmute yourself now, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for this presentation. And I just want to say I'm one of the organizations, the Law Center is one of the organizations that worked also and has been providing services to the Pajaro community. And I just want to say that regardless if funding goes away, we're committed to continue to work with this community and continue to find other resources to serve the community. And we're really happy on the process that happened when, like you mentioned, we had a lot of different voices come together and figure out how to support a community that was really impacted. So I appreciate all the work that you all are doing to continue to raise awareness of communities like Pajaro, which are highly needed of resources, and count on the support of the Watsonville Law Center to continue to serve this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. I don't see any other hands up via Zoom. Nobody's charging the dais in room, so we'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais. Final thoughts, Supervisor Church?
I don't know if there's much more to be said again, right. But it was really it was just really a great experience, and to be engaged in this, and well, it's not over. I mean, the structure's been placed here for steps to continue, as Adriana was referring to. No one's walking away from the community. There's a lot of community involvement. There's a lot of people that have been empowered as leaders. We had some of them come in here from Sister Rosa a few weeks ago too. That was one of the programs as well. So again, thank you for really representing the people and taking care of them out there in the community.
Thank you.
And so a final thought for me as we wrap here would just be that, name has not been mentioned, but I want to send a shout out to Speaker Rivas, obviously, who played a key role in pulling this funding down for both of these communities, as well as Senator Laird and Assemblywoman Addis. And so as we wrap this, I'm hoping we can make sure to put together maybe a unique presentation for them, just some way that we make sure to engage with them one-on-one so they understand was talked about by Supervisor Church as we ask the state to continue to partner with us in the future on unique recoveries like this. We show them that there is a case study that they can keep in their back pocket, so they get the benefit of a direct presentation from us, maybe with a book that they can keep that shows those projects and final product in hand, and like a coffee table style book that they can point to and say, here's what we ended up with, so that when we come back and whatever future disaster may arise, we can say, the coffee book's still on the table out there. How about another round? We have needs, right? So just a thought as a final touch to those folks who helped make this possible at the state level in partnership through our leadership. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll consider this presentation received and proceed to receiving an annual report from the County Communications Program. We're going to have Nick Pasculi running lead here, but I see he's got his whole team with him. So Nick, we'll give you the floor.
Do we wait for Supervisor Lope? No, okay. Okay, thank you,
I'll take over in charge.
Yeah.
I have appointed myself.
Oh, good. Thank you, Chair Alejo. Chief County Administrative Officer Nick Chulos and County Council Blitch, thank you very much for inviting us here today. I want to start off with a 1-minute video that I think is queued up in the media room, and then we will commence with our presentation. So please run the videotape, please.
Launch in February 2022, the County Communications Bureau has become a vital strategic force in keeping residents and stakeholders of Monterey County informed and safe. From managing crisis communications during the Pajaro floods, the Moss Landing battery fire, and defending immigrant rights, to launching Know Your Rights campaigns in multiple languages, we've led with clarity, compassion, and transparency. Our outreach has seen triple-digit growth, with community feedback reinforcing our leadership in timely, accurate information. We powered successful initiatives like support for Measure AA, launched the county's first ever resident resource website, and created new ways to connect, like the Supervisor Snapshot newsletter and the full reboot of MGTV. Communications is more than messaging. It's trust, transparency, and public safety. As the voice of the county, we serve with dedication and pride.
And I wanted to start with that video because what's certainly important to me, as was demonstrated a few moments ago by my colleague Kelly Scanlon, is the team. And I have to say, a county our size, to have 3 people to do the job that we do is tremendous. And I could not do it without these 2 ladies next to me, Maya Carroll and Maite Anaya. I do want to make a special shout out, as Supervisor Askew mentioned earlier this morning. May has been with the county for over 25 years and has been the backbone of the communications team. She was a solo team member, team of one for many, many years. And then, when I came in February and just kind of messed up the apple cart for a little while, but we've got something going that's really good. And the things that, I want to thank the board for their support over the years, because without the board support, this wouldn't be possible. And we always keep in mind that we're here to serve the public. So I want to go to the slide and give you our annual report. I want you to make a note that these numbers are from the last fiscal year. The presentation was hoped to be given in July, but because of board priorities, we had to push it off until this time. So in the last fiscal year, we had over 608 stories released to the media, which is a 19% increase over the previous year. We had 63 news briefings and 18 press conferences, which is a 17% increase over the previous year, with a tremendous amount of editorial coverage and broadcast coverage, TV and radio. Total mentions went tremendous, went way up over the previous year. We had 68,700 total mentions of news stories that the county published in one way, shape, or form. Obviously, the Pajaro levee breach news that continued after that, as well as Moss Landing fire, had a lot to do with that. But nonetheless, the county was very much in the news throughout the year. Equivalency value, which is important to look at how much news coverage you're getting and what that's actually worth in dollars. And this is huge, but this is all verified information from Meltwater. In 2024-2025, the total value of the news coverage you received, if we were to have paid for that, was over $2 billion. And again, that's in large part because of the Moss Landing incident and, of course, the residuals from the Pajaro incident. But nonetheless, that's what the value of that type of coverage would be, which is very significant. Don't hold me to that kind of increase next year, because we don't want any more disasters. Next slide. So our share of voice, so our top 5 departments that receive a lot of coverage is law enforcement. And I lumped all the law enforcement together this year. Both the sheriff's office has done a great job in getting their story out. The DA has continued to do a great job, and so law enforcement, public defender's office, as well as our probation office, has really upped their game in getting their stories out. Emergency management, as noted earlier from the presentation that you just received, was very much in the news, and again, related to Moss Landing. The Board of Supervisors were even increased this last fiscal year in your mentions with regard to stories that you were actually quoted in, or stories that were generated because of your office's outreach. And of course, the Department of Social Services, because of all the changes that have been going on a federal level, there's been an increased awareness to those things in the news media. I'm very happy with this number, sentiment, because we do measure sentiment. And what's important to note about sentiment is negative sentiment doesn't mean that the articles or the stories were negative about the county. It just means the topic itself was not a positive topic, like Moss Landing as an example. We could have done everything perfect in one day and a story would be out, but because of the Moss Landing tragedy was such a devastating event, it would be considered a negative sentiment. But what we're looking at is the neutral sentiment, which is what I really like, because neutral sentiment really means that, we're doing what we need to do and we're getting our story out, and it's not biased one way or the other. Next slide. Our followers have increased tremendously. In fact, our numbers have gone up significantly since this report. At the end of June of 2025, we did reach the 30,000 followers on Facebook, which we're very proud of. Maya and Maite work the Facebook and Instagram accounts very hard, but we are up significantly even to this day. So these are great increases over the previous year. And then YouTube is growing as well, with people, primarily because we're doing a lot of restreaming of various different programming. So we restream our Wednesday's news briefings. We obviously post all the Board of Supervisors meeting that get rewatched. We restream special press conferences and things of that nature. So that helps us get more coverage. And so overall, when you look at the total gain, it's 11% over all the platforms that we're currently involved with. Social media posts, our published posts were up 63% over last year. Our content views up 852%. Again, I'm going to credit a lot of that due to the Moss Landing incident, because that was a global story. That was not just a local story, a statewide story, a national story. That was a global story, and we were getting dings from all over the world on Moss Landing. And our content interactions, people that either like, share, comment, were also up 7% over the previous year. And so the next couple slides, and we'll just go through them really quick, are just drilling down on the results I just shared with you, the cumulative results. But Facebook up 137%, Instagram up 56%. and then YouTube up 71% overall. Our top social media posts, no surprise, Moss Landing, and then the immigration/citizenship controversy from the federal government, the stories that came out about birthright citizenship out of Washington, and of course our efforts in what we were doing here to honor our immigrant community and to protect and to educate them. So these were the top 3 social media posts for fiscal year 24. Next slide. Our website results are very good too. On our website, we had almost 3 million sessions. So those are people that visit the website or visitor occasions, I should say, not people per se. Top pages visited are the library. Adopt a Pet, which didn't even register last year, but because of the efforts going on at the Hitchcock Animal Shelter, it's done tremendously well. The county's homepage, because that's the portal to a lot of information, including our Measure A, public outreach efforts and things of that nature. Animal Services and the Treasurer Tax Collector, those were the top 5 visited sites. And the top referral sources are Google, Bing, Facebook, Yahoo, and DuckDuckGo. So web results on Spanish. This is an area where we continue to try to increase. We're 51,551. The elections homepage in Spanish was number 1, Animal Services, number 2, Behavioral Health, Animal Services Lost and Found, and Animal Services Field Services were the top 5. And ironically, this is the first time an AI source has come up since we've been tracking. ChatGPT has been a referral source to the county's website, so people are searching information and ChatGPT is sending them our way. So more connection opportunities for residents than ever before. These are just some examples, top 10 examples of how people can connect with us throughout the county that we actively engage in and promote. And these resources are all available in English and Spanish. And we go into PSA impressions. So throughout the year, we did run some PSAs. We ran PSAs for the libraries, for parks. We ran PSAs for public works, emergency services, and things of that nature. We had about 66,000 impressions in print, almost 10 million impressions on television, 11 million impressions online, and almost 2 million impressions on radio. This is based on Nielsen data and our meltwater data for the previous years. Some highlights, Measure A, Public Education Initiative. I do want to mention that we were just notified this morning before the 10:30 session that we were awarded the Davy Awards for the Public Education Outreach Initiative that supported the Measure A ballot effort. We also we've got 2 pieces of bling to share with you. We did receive a Summit Creative Award for the economic development piece that we did, and we also, for our 175th anniversary efforts, we did receive a Gold Summit Award. These we just received on last Friday. So we are producing award-winning work. And then, of course, these are some of the highlighted projects that we worked on in the last fiscal year. In total, we completed about 250 major projects in the last fiscal year. And in the supervisor snapshot, I have to say that I want to thank Supervisor Church for this idea. I have to give him the credit for it, because when he was a chair, he sat me down in one of the first meetings we had and said, we need to have our own news source. And so it's been a hit. We get emails every single issue that thank us for providing a summary of the work that this board is doing. It's been a great tool for us, for the county, and I know it's an extra labor for some of your staff that are helping us on our editorial staff, but I thank your chiefs of staff for being so helpful and cooperative in helping us get the stories and collecting assets for this, with over 35,000 impressions in the first year. The CAO rundown continues to be a major way that we communicate internally, but also this does go externally. Maya has a real good distribution list of folks that she sends this to outside the county, and about 86,000 impressions. This is a monthly publication that we do. It's definitely a valuable tool to keep the employees and the community and stakeholders informed. We did it, as indicated in the video, we did a total reboot of MGTV. We redid the MGTV website. We redid the branding for MGTV. We refreshed the YouTube page. And that, I think, is what we got 71% increase in the viewership from MGTV. And we actually, over the years, have been partnering with the California Farm Bureau. California Bounty Program is available on MGTV, as well as other government-related programming. And we also created a new searchable TV guide, if you will, for MGTV, so people can find programming that they might be interested in on our 2 government channels, which is 29 and 99 on cable. And then community relations, outreach efforts. The Know Your Rights was a major effort on all of our parts and your parts as well. And we feel that was very successful. The Chular Mural project unveiling that Supervisor Lopez and Alejo worked very hard on was a tremendous effort in publicizing and received a lot of accolades. Monterey County Business Council meetings, Monterey County Hospitality Association involvement, the Pajaro Recovery Community meetings, the Monterey County Business Council elected leader lunches, Moss Landing press conferences, Know Your Rights Forum, and the District 5 Wildfire Safety Community Meeting got a lot of views on Facebook, on YouTube, Supervisor Daniels, and it continues to get views. And then, of course, the DSS mobile services down in Greenfield also got a tremendous amount of play in our community relations outreach this year. And then these are the departments that we work most frequently with. I put the Department of Emergency Management as our top client. They keep us very busy, keep us on our toes. County Administrative Office, of course, Public Works, District Attorney's Office, the Board of Supervisors, Water Resources Agency, County Council, and the Grand Jury Project we're working with, Health Department, Natividad, Housing and Community Development, and of course our MGTV, ITD projects. And I just want to thank you all for the investment that you're making in communications, and I'm here. We're all here to take questions or direction from the board at this time.
Questions or direction from the board? I'll go to Supervisor Church.
I mean, with your small team and the work that you do, you guys are doing a tremendous job. Particularly, so much of this is suddenly on the fly. It's just you have an emergency or something develops up, and you have to put together professional, not just looking, but presentations that put a message across in a clear, concise, and informative way. And all of you do a great job on doing that. I think public information from county government is much more important now than it ever has been, largely because media is so fragmented and weakened. Our traditional sources, such as newspapers and even television, are all facing a difficult time, as Mr. Cushman expressed on the economic model that's just not working. And so it becomes important for us to develop new ways, a new process to get information out. And it needs to be in a way where it's as unbiased and but as clear and as presentable as possible for the public. And I think there's a lot of growth we can still do. I think this is a department that I feel it's what connects us to the people, and it needs more emphasis as we go forth into the future. And I know it's something that I would like to see grow and develop, and really become a model for for local jurisdictions. And I think we're on that path with what you folks are doing, and looking for a lot more being done too. More great ideas coming up so yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
I want to commend the whole team because obviously I think all of us think you've done a tremendous job, especially during the emergencies, getting the accurate information as we were alluding earlier, but also because there is less availability of local reporters. I think looking into the future, it's going to be our county team finding our own ways to try to get the right information out, news about what we're doing out. Perhaps not on radio or TV, but on social media where more people are getting their news from, just our reality. And so I think that's looking forward. What is the reporting of news that comes out of our county? I think you're going to be a big part of getting the message out to our right constituents. So I just want to say thank you for the good work you've been doing so far. And you've shown that we've done things that without your expertise there, we probably wouldn't have got done or not done as well. So I just wanted to commend that and to continue to support the good ideas that you have to help us amplify Monterey County's message. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Sure. I just I got stuck on the what is it?
MGTV.
MGTV. I just can't believe how much is archived here and how useful this resource is. I'm really, really impressed. And if you haven't gone through the archived videos, I mean, just in District 5 alone, and I expected to see the D5 fire preparedness meeting, but our byway organization meetings, our BISMAC meetings, the Planning Commission meetings, obviously the Board of Supervisors meetings, and so many other things. So it really is very, very helpful, and providing it all in one place so the information is accessible in one place for the public is really effective, and it's a great example of us doing the best thing we can do to inform the public. And so I'm very impressed. It is a small and mighty team that just seems to be producing so much in terms of getting information out to the public. And it actually is really consistent with the earlier conversation that we have, because it's our responsibility to make sure that the public has accurate information. And I thought that was even interesting to comment about ChatGPT being a referral to Monterey County. And that gives me some hope that the algorithm is working that we rely so much on these days. So thank you. And just thank you for everything you've done since I was sworn in January. So much information, even right down to those Know Your Rights cards that we've had 21 community meetings, and they've been front and center in every single one of those community meetings since January. So well done. I don't have any feedback. I'm just super impressed.
All right. Let's take this out to the public and see if there's any public input on this item. We invite folks in the room to come forward, and those joining us via Zoom to use the raise hand function or *9 via landline to be recognized. Please.
Good afternoon. All right. Honorable Board, this presentation is really exciting, and also just to maybe uplift the possibility of seeing, maybe identifying a way to track how many monolingual Spanish speakers are able to access this information. Language justice is a necessity, something that we here and in Salinas, we understand just how important that is on the daily, and imagining how that might contribute if the monolingual Spanish speaking, if the monolingual indigenous speaking communities of Monterey County are up to date and have that kind of access as well. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? All right, we'll go to Zoom. See no hands up. We'll close public. Oh, I see a hand going up and down. See that? Can't see a name there. Give me half a second here. We'll figure that out.
Chair, it's your chief of parks.
We'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to give a big shout out to Nick and Maya and Maite. They have been such a tremendous asset for parks. We've ran ads. They've helped us with logos, with all different kinds of public outreach when we've had algae blooms and fish die-offs and great park projects. It's just really great to have an in-house team that does this work. When we ran the ads last year for our day-use parks, we saw a 17% increase in revenue for our reservations. We just wrapped up the filming and editing for another TV ad for the lakes in Laguna Seca and some of our other non-day use park areas. And it's just really great, and appreciate the support the board has given to Nick and his team, and just hope to see that funding keep going so we can keep doing these great things together.
Thank you, Brian. All right, see no hands up, I'll bring it back and just open here with my appreciation to you, Nick. I know the team that you've built, and Maya, who has been the bedrock, the foundation upon which this program has been built. You guys are all doing an incredible job. I know when I got elected, this was one of the commitments I made to my community, was to do a better job of sharing the information coming out of the county. Often we were left at the whims of what was chosen to be picked up and run with, and typically that story came out the day after a decision was made on the dais. And so part of the communication that I've always requested and pushed on was, let's get ahead of something, right, and do as much as we can so that folks can show up here and give their opinion before something is decided, rather than the morning after reading about it and being either upset or happy with the outcome. So I just, obviously I pushed to get this made part of the strategic plan when I joined the board, and having it come to fruition and see the results that we're seeing year after year in terms of growth and continued engagement and positive reaction and response from the community. Often not happy with this story, but happy with the fact that they're hearing it. Just last night, I was at dinner with some constituents down in Lockwood, and they just mentioned how much more they feel they know about county government, because so much more is out there than what was true just 5 or 6 years ago. And so, again, a deep appreciation for the work happening to get this information out. It's just incredible to see the growth. And I think that year over year, I wonder where we'll plateau. I think we're currently at 6% of residents are following us, right? Or, if you do the math in that direction. So it's exciting to see that we have that much direct engagement with what we're creating. And having had the experience of sitting on Natividad's board and seeing the figures that roll out of that institution, and knowing that obviously the shark bite was a big thing for us. When that happened, it led to a huge increase in terms of traffic, folks wanting to know more about that institution. It's tied to the county of Monterey as an organization. But also, when we talk about positive, negative, to me, one thing that a lot of folks don't understand is often Natividad would be mentioned in terms of a shooting, right? A shooting happened and the person was taken to Natividad Medical Center. Well, all of a sudden you got a negative, right? Something that's considered negative just based on where the person was taken to. And so just, in terms of understanding what that figure encompasses, I wanted to have that out there, as obviously that was a key part of the messaging that we learned about in terms of the reports coming out of that institution. I think there was a question about language and access, and we know that you guys all remember I've pushed pretty hard, and the board has always supported making sure that when we send out a press release or a communication, that it's always done simultaneously to the extent possible, which is I would say the vast majority of the time in at least 2 languages, English and Spanish, but often several. So an appreciation for that continued effort to make sure that we're reaching all residents of Monterey County through our efforts. I don't know if you want to respond to that, Nick.
No, I appreciate that very much, and obviously that is a major priority for us. I have to say that the county of Monterey was, I think, the first county in the state of California ever to do a press conference with indigenous languages, and that was during the first Pajaro incident. And we've continued that all throughout the last couple of years. We have done educational outreach, some of the information we put out for Measure A, the elections department, the health department, of course, and I'm probably forgetting social services have also been in indigenous languages. It is a priority for us, and we see that as an opportunity that we want to grow, but oftentimes opportunity comes with investment, and those are things we need to figure out as we move forward.
Well, you're making a great case for that. Final thoughts from the board.
Yeah, I just wanted our communications team perhaps just to incorporate that into this presentation and future presentations, that we are very intentional on our language access, not only for press conference, but even when we created the immigrant rights website, we had 4 videos on 4 different indigenous languages that no other county had done. It was basically a 30-second version of that red card, but in those languages. And those are all things to highlight that wouldn't have been possible. You got that done, I don't know how, a matter of a couple of days, and put on the website, which was, without even asking, you had moved on doing that, and that was very much appreciated, and even creating that commercial with the cartoons that people could really see the visuals on it. I think I think those were all things that we should be, patting yourselves on the back on, but put it in that presentation, because we are doing these things intentionally, not by coincidence.
Thank you for that.
All right, well, thank you for the presentation, and we look forward to seeing the continued growth. All right, with that, we're jumping to item 17, which is our referral matrix. So additions of new referrals. First, we'll send that over to our assistant CAO here, Nick Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. So we have 2 new referrals today, both from Supervisor Alejo. The first one is proposing a County of Monterey facility naming policy. And that one I'm going to work on with Nick Pasculi, actually, together as a team. And then the second referral is proposing a Monterey County Arts Master Plan. And that one is assigned to Debbie Palinelli, and she'll probably be working with Richard Vaughn, our Economic Development Manager, on that item. Those 2 new referrals. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can speak very briefly on them. Obviously, the first one, the naming policy, I think just because of what we learned from the Tiny Homes Project, I thought there should just be a formal process where it's going to just ensure that the board has a say in the naming of these programs or facilities in the future. There wasn't a formal process to guide staff, and now this will create that to make sure, yes, we want community input, we want ideas from different people, but ultimately this board of supervisors should have a say in that, and it would avoid these kind of frustrations down the road in the process and trying to unwind it a bit. On the arts master plan, I think it's time for that. There's been a lot of amazing work happening, and I think even our arts council has called like the Monterey County the mural, or Salinas the mural capital of the Central Coast. But a lot more could be done if we're intentional and have a plan to carry that out. And the Arts Council is looking forward to being able to work with us. I think our neighboring Santa Cruz County did one a few years ago. So there's some other examples to look to of how other counties have envisioned utilizing public art to enhance revitalization, economic development, and just a standard of living for our residents.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. With 17 concluded, we're going to go to 18 to receive an updated response to board referral number 25.06, seeking to design a pilot program at the Alisal Health Center in Salinas. We have Prashant Shinde here today to make this presentation. Prashant, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Good afternoon, everyone, Board of Supervisors, county officials, and members of the public. My name is Prashant. I'm the Bureau Chief for Clinic Services Bureau with Health Department, and I will be presenting and giving a brief update on the board referral. So the board referral number 2025.06 was assigned in June 2025 to the Health Department, specifically seeking to design a pilot program at the Alisal Health Center in East Salinas to better meet the healthcare language needs of our indigenous language-speaking patients. Pursuant to the board referral, the staff presented in July the initial analysis on the referral, and subsequently, the Health Department staff has been working diligently and in collaboration with Natividad Medical Interpretation Services, our CBOs, our partners, the CBDIO, and a recommendation was made in terms of to identify the best practices. So since last 2 months, we have been doing some landscape analysis in terms of what are the best practices. We reached out to Salud Parlante, which is a peer FQSC in County of Santa Cruz, Salud Interpretation Service, which they have been implementing since I believe since 20-25 years. So collectively, we visited Salud. We learned some best practices. We brought some information back. Salud is similarly as County FQSC is the scope of operations and the the workflows are similar to our county clinics. So we really wanted to bring some best practices. Based on the site visit and the learnings, the health department staff identified that the next immediate step would be to implement and hire a 1.0 full-time equivalent trilingual medical interpreter to be stationed at the Alisal Health Center. This position will be hired and trained by Natividad Interpretation Services, but will be allocated to the health department with the 100% cost reimbursed by the health department. In addition to this, the Natividad Medical Interpretation Services will also provide ongoing training support for the support staff at the Alisal Health Center and subsequently at other clinics. We had our first training cohort this month completed. And lastly, the health department is also currently in process of hiring a part-time paid internship for social media intern. And one of the intention is to also develop some videos in interpretation languages just to navigate and do patient education for our patients. That concludes my brief update on this. Happy to take any questions or feedback from the board.
Questions or comments? Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and thank you to the Health Department for embracing this. I want to recognize Centro Binacional. I think several supervisors had met with their members, and they came to us with a very reasonable ask of how we could enhance language access in our county health clinics. And they wanted to start with a reasonable amount. So let's start with the Alisal Clinic, where many of our indigenous families attend. And I thought that was very reasonable, and I said I would introduce that proposal. We've been doing it for years at our Natividad Hospital. They've been the pioneers in language access on the Central Coast, but now to be able to take it to the health clinic where we see the need is greatest. But if you could just elaborate more on having a one FTE. Obviously, with indigenous languages, there are numerous spoken throughout the county. And when they originally came to us, they thought there has to be a technological way where when they ask for an appointment, whoever's giving an appointment could check a box that says that when they come to their next medical appointment, they're going to need interpretation in Triqui or Zapotec or Mixteco, whatever it may be. So if you could just explain how would that work, one FTE, but to address the needs of several languages at the clinic?
Absolutely. I think the first part of the question, we have now enhanced our workflow. We have enhanced our EMR system to identify the language needs of the patients or the consumers who are coming to us. We have a robust pre-visit planning process. So at the time of making the appointment and also when we do the pre-visit planning a day before, the staff is going to the medical charts and making sure that the patient's language needs have been identified. What we want to implement now based on our experience with Salud Parlante is once we know what patient need is, then we will simultaneously have a schedule open for the interpreter so that on the day of the service or the day of the visit, the patient not only is scheduled with the provider, but is also scheduled with the interpreter. But the second part of the question in terms of...
Would you do me a favor and just speak a little slower, only because the interpreter is having a challenge keeping up with you for our non-English speakers. Thank you.
There's simultaneous translating going on, and we just can't see it here, but on Zoom, they're providing that service.
Thank you. So the second part, I think, is as part of the pilot, we will be sort of like understand what is the greatest need. So the survey which we did when we presented the initial assessment came back. The majority of the need, what the survey is telling us, is around the three languages, the Mixteco, Chatino, and Zapotec. And also finding the right type of interpreter is also one of the missing piece of the puzzle in terms of what would be the right supply and demand. So we are hoping to identify a group of interpreters, but right now I think what we are looking at is a trilingual interpreter who would be proficient in English, Spanish, and also in one of the indigenous languages, because the interpreter has to be also qualified to interpret back to the provider, and not only to the patient. So the one FTE, we don't know what type of we are doing interviews this week, so we don't know what type of candidates may be qualified or what type of language, indigenous language we may identify. But that's a good question in terms of we have various languages, and how can we meet the need for other languages also?
And Director Jimenez wants to add something?
Yes. We also have agreement with Natividad Interpreter Services, which also supports us and provides services. Also, we have been in conversation with CCH Alliance, and Alliance also, we use Alliance phone services for the interpretation services, and Alliance most recently also have some agreements for indigenous language services, which we can utilize.
That all makes sense. These are our natural partners to be able to pull in from and not having to reinvent the wheel. I had a question that I think from one of the reporters prior to this meeting was, how much will this cost? Is this something the county, the health department can observe? Any estimates of what it would cost to fund this?
I don't have the exact dollar amount, but our budget will support this pilot for 1 year, for one FTE and potentially for another second FTE.
Okay, so in 1 year we will kind of see what we learned from it, how it's going, and we'll have that conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Yes.
And then just talk about the cultural training, right? Because that was another concern from Centro Binacional on how, because sometimes it's how do you say, it's not sometimes our team members are not conscientious about how some of our indigenous communities feel when they come in and they're received in the lobby or at the window. And so sometimes providing that training, it sounds like you guys already started that, which is great. If we had like certification for our employees that said, hey, you've been trained in indigenous communities or whatever, it's just something that enhances it. Getting that certificate, it's something that I think all our health employees would like to have, that they've gone through that training and make it like something to have pride in. But if you could explain it, you had one, what else, what other trainings are you anticipating doing to I think just make our clinics more welcoming to our different indigenous families that come through?
So Supervisor Aleo, that's not a one-time activity which we will be doing. So it will be an ongoing activity. As you mentioned, Natividad Medical Interpretation Services are award-winning services we have. So we really want to leverage our existing resources. Natividad is more than happy to provide those resources. We have incorporated Natividad's leadership into our monthly clinic meetings. So they come and visit our clinics. They attend our meetings. They are on the agenda. And one of the things which we are doing is to educate all our staff in terms of the language needs and the cultural nuances of the interpretation. I think what most of the clinic staff may think that it's okay for the parent to interpret, but I think the professional recommendation by Natividad is that we need to have qualified, certified interpreters so that there is no room for assumption from the caregiver or from the unqualified interpreter. So I think we do have intentions on having this ongoing training resources with Natividad, and also identify some other training resources which we may have, especially if there is anything out which is based on AI, which we can have on a recurrent basis.
Great. And you mentioned about getting some interns, doing some videos. That makes sense for some things that can be explained and have already posted in different indigenous languages that are I think procedurally, they're going to be things that every patient needs to see, whatever. But ways to be able to utilize technology to make it easier and more understandable, I think it's the way to go. But I know as we go on, we'll hear from the committee, the indigenous organizations and community members to see how we can fine-tune this pilot program to make it work best in the months ahead of us. So thank you for that. Thank you for all our community supporters and indigenous community organizers who asked us to challenge ourselves to provide better service to the community. And so I want to recognize that that's where this all came from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is really wonderful to see the response so far to this request to meet these language needs. I was invited along with other colleagues at various points to go speak to the Centro Binacional, and it was a linguistic challenge for me. I mean, it was really interesting to go and to do a Q&A that lasted over an hour in Spanish, and I struggled through it, but I think I did okay. Right, Chair? You were there. So, but no, I'm looking forward to hearing what the public has to say and what the response is from the community to the referral and where we're at so far. Clearly, it is necessary that we take these steps to ensure health equity, linguistic justice, and then what I think I've heard today, which is so important, is that culturally responsive care, right? And making sure that those are things clearly that need to be learned if they're not being done. So I just really am appreciative of the response so far to this referral, to my colleagues for submitting this referral, and looking forward to hearing from the community in terms of what is being presented today, and then to be as supportive as I can be as we go down this path. Thank you.
I also had met with the community members and understood the need for this, and fully in support of going ahead with a pilot program. I mean, this needs to be a permanent program. I mean, you know, a pilot sometimes is something you want to try out and see if you want to run with. This is something we need, and it has to be in place. And of course, there'll be a pilot to just kind of check out the rough edges on it and what we can do to smooth it out. But it's really essential. I mean, when you're dealing with healthcare, communication is important, and this addresses that. You cannot provide healthcare if there is a gap in communication. And as I say, I think this is the way to address that, and I'm really glad to see this in place.
Yeah, I'll echo, as a co-author of this particular referral, this is a critical effort to try to maximize access. And so I remain supportive, appreciate the update, and just will reiterate, right, the reasoning for me. I know many, including my wife, who at some point had to be that interpreter in their family for their parents when delivering bad news as a child under 15, to have to tell your mother that she has cancer is not a position we want any child in our community to ever have to be in, to be the one delivering that message. And so I just appreciate this effort and hope that someday we can get further upstream. And to be clear about what I'm asking, that someday we all keep in the back of our mind, believing that if you put something out there, inevitably somebody will start to pull on the pieces that make something possible. Manifesting is what some people call it. Leading with intention, perhaps, is another way to phrase that. Is I'd love to see trilingual, quadrilingual childcare, right? Leading to a better understanding of the cultural differences that come from the point where right now we see a lot of bullying in our schools, and in my mind that comes from some feeling that their command of a certain language makes them better than another. But if we all trip over learning how to say hello and have a great day and it's great to see you in so many different languages, and understand the differences in each other from that moment forward, I think there's a bridge to be built, and it starts with that common experience of trying to learn everybody else's reality. And so my dream is that one day we'll have access to multilingual childcare in a setting where, you know, it's too late for my kids now at 2.5 and 5.5, but you know, I've been talking about this for years, and hopefully we can make something like that happen one day in our communities to start building that bridge to better understanding. So thank you, Prashant, for bringing this forward. At this time, we're going to turn to public comment, inviting the public to share their thoughts on this particular item with us. We invite folks forward in the room first, and then we'll go to Zoom. We ask those participating via Zoom to use the *9 or raise hand function in order to be recognized. So again, going with folks in the room first, I see them making their way forward. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. For those commenting in Spanish, I believe with Jordy, we'll be making the full comment and then getting a report back at the end. Is that correct, Jordy? The other one. I'll give him a second. Just to make sure you guys, all right, perfect. So, Jordi, we just want to confirm that we'll be hearing the full comment in Spanish and then you'll be reporting it back after.
Yes, Supervisor.
Perfect. So that confirmed. If you're speaking in Spanish, si estás hablando en español nomás.
En español, por favor.
Comentarios en español por los 2 minutos y luego después se nos va a traducir sus comentarios a Jordi por Zoom o por los speakers aquí en el cuarto.
Chair Lopez, I just wanted to ask if it's okay if I can translate
Quería preguntar si yo puedo hacer que todos.
for the team. They have their statement in Spanish, and I would like to translate in English for them. Is that okay?
Sure, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jordi will have translation in the room provided by the commenters themselves.
Den skundo nya kihinya Marisela nya araña chavindoña dendo kibitsi. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisela Ramírez, trabajo con la organización Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. Hablo mixteco del municipio de San Martín Peras y nos alegra que el condado esté tomando este importante primer paso para contratar a un intérprete de tiempo completo para la clínica de Alisal. También reconocemos positivamente que se está planeando iniciar el entrenamiento del personal en temas de sensibilidad cultural y conocimiento de la comunidad indígena a la que sirven. Sin embargo, aunque celebramos este avance, la comunidad seguirá abogando para que se implementen las prioridades que han presentado al Departamento de Salud. Por lo mismo, pedimos a la Mesa de Supervisores que ejerza una dirección clara para el Departamento de Salud del Condado y asegurar que se cumplan todas las prioridades comunitarias que son contratar trabajadores comunitarios indígenas, que las clínicas se eduquen sobre las comunidades indígenas, establecer un comité comunitario indígena, documentar el idioma del paciente, que documentos e información sean compartidos en idiomas indígenas. Reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de trabajar en conjunto con el Departamento de Salud para que estas 5 prioridades se implementen de forma completa y permanente, no como un proyecto piloto. Necesitamos soluciones sostenibles, no medidas temporales. Finalmente, solicitamos al Departamento de Salud que nos presente un cronograma claro, incluyendo cuándo comenzarán los meses de evaluación del servicio de interpretación y cómo se medirá su efectividad. Seguiremos atentos y comprometidos para asegurar que las voces de nuestra comunidad sean escuchadas y respetadas. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Diaz. I'm the Senior Program Manager for Centro Binacional, and I will be translating for Marisela, our community health worker. We are glad that the county is taking these important first steps in hiring full-time interpreters for the Alisal Clinic. We also acknowledge the plans are underway to begin staff training in cultural sensitivity and understanding of the indigenous communities they serve. However, while we celebrate this progress, the community will continue to advocate for the implementation of the priorities it has presented to the Department of Health. For this reason, we ask the Board of Supervisors to provide a clear direction to the County Health Department to ensure that all community priorities are fulfilled, which are as followed. Hire Indigenous community health workers, educate clinic staff about Indigenous culture and realities of Indigenous communities, establish an Indigenous community advocacy committee, document patient preferred languages, ensure that documents and information about programs and services are shared in Indigenous languages. We affirm our commitment to working together with the Department of Health so that these 5 priorities are fully and permanently implemented. We need sustainable solutions, not temporary measures. Finally, we request that the Department of Health present a clear timeline, including when the evaluation months for interpretation services will begin and how their effectiveness will be measured. We will remain attentive and committed to ensuring that the voices of our community are heard and respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa. Mi nombre es Araceli. Soy de la comunidad chatina. Realmente apreciamos el trabajo que ya se está haciendo. Solo queremos asegurarnos que se le dé el tiempo necesario para que este programa piloto pueda desarrollarse y funcione bien, y que tenga suficiente tiempo para que sí se cumpla con las necesidades de las comunidades y tenga la oportunidad de quedarse de forma permanente en la clínica y sirva de ejemplo para otras clínicas, ya que las comunidades han pasado por experiencias donde no hay interpretación o les dicen que desconocen el idioma, como es el caso con el idioma chatino. Cuando piden registrar su idioma, les dicen que no lo conocen. Entonces, avergonzados, prefieren quedarse callados. Por esa razón, será un proceso volver a crear esa confianza en la comunidad, ya que hemos escuchado su desilusión al no ser reconocidos. Gracias.
I as well will be translating for Araceli, our community health worker. Good afternoon, members of the board. We truly appreciate the work that is already being done. We just want to ensure that enough time is given for the pilot program to be properly developed, function effectively, and sufficient time is truly met the needs of the community. We hope it will also have the opportunity to become a permanent service at the clinic and serve as an example of other clinics. The communities have had experiences where there was no interpretation available or were told that their language was not recognized. As in the case with the Chatino language, when they try to register their language, they are told it is not known, and so feeling embarrassed, they prefer to stay silent. For that reason, rebuilding trust with the community will take time. As we have heard, their disappointment is not being recognized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Clarissa Reyes Becerra, and I'm an attorney with the California Immigration Project and a commissioner of the First Five Monterey County. I'm here today to express my support for this pilot program and to have an Indigenous language community health worker at Alisal Clinic. I was the program's director with CBDIO, supporting my colleagues in organizing community and advocating for initiatives that promote care that is both language concordant and culturally responsive. While I believe that this is not only the right thing to do, since I truly believe health and access to healthcare should be human rights and not privileges, I also understand as an attorney that we as a county have legal obligations to our limited English proficient communities, including our monolingual Indigenous communities. To name a few, not only do we have a federal law delineating non-discrimination protections under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as well as Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act, we also have state-specific protections under the Damali Aleatory Bilingual Services Act, Government Code Section 11135, and the California Civil Rights Act, also known as the UNRRA Civil Rights Act. These protections are in place for a reason. And in my time as both an attorney and with CBDIO, I saw the real-life consequences of missing interpretation in health interactions. You've seen the more than 500 signatures that the CBDIO organizers collected from the Indigenous community. I would say, as an attorney, but I don't think you need an attorney to tell you this, heeding a petition of more than 500 signatures today is better than dealing with the consequences of more than 500 complaints to the California Department of Healthcare Services or the California Attorney General's office tomorrow. As excited as I am for this pilot program, I see this pilot as just our first step. As a county, we can still take measures to better count our Indigenous community, not only in their number, but also in their diversity. For example, text messages might not work for a monolingual, digitally challenged community. Also, as the county gives the program time to develop, our county services will continue to build the trust and relationship needed to truly engage with a community that has been often overlooked and disinvested in. This kind of relationship takes time and attention, and I hope to see the county's ongoing commitment to building these important language justice initiatives. Thank you for your leadership and overwhelming support, it sounds like, for this language justice initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dens kubando kihiku Graciela, ñat shabintindo naño kishando kibiti. Muy buenas tardes a todos los presentes. Queríamos saludar en nuestro idioma, ya que algunos miembros de nuestra comunidad hicieron el esfuerzo de venir a estar presentes el día de hoy. En nombre de nuestra comunidad queremos expresar la importancia de las 5 prioridades mencionadas anteriormente. Aún hoy, muchas personas indígenas siguen enfrentando malos tratos y actitudes de discriminación cuando acuden a sus citas médicas o al recibir atención. Estas experiencias no son nuevas, han ocurrido por muchos años y han afectado la confianza de la comunidad en los servicios de salud. Por eso, pedimos que se tomen acciones concretas en respuesta a las prioridades y preocupaciones que la comunidad ya ha presentado ante ustedes, supervisores y ante el Departamento de Salud. Creemos que con voluntad y compromiso se puede construir un sistema más justo y sensible a las realidades culturales de todos los pueblos que conforman este condado. Por estas razones, pedimos que el Departamento de Salud promocione y haga alcance para dar a conocer este programa piloto a las comunidades para que ellos puedan tener la confianza de pedir este servicio que es nuevo para ellos. Gracias.
I will be translating for Graciela, who is also a community health worker at Centro Binacional. We want to thank the effort of the community who has showed up today in today's meeting. And on behalf of our community, we want to express the importance of the 5 priorities mentioned earlier. Even today, many Indigenous people continue to face mistreatment and discrimination attitudes when they attend medical appointments or receive care. These experiences are not new. They have been happening for many years and have deeply affected the community's trust in health services. That is why we are asking for concrete actions in response to the priorities and concerns the community has already presented to you, supervisors, and to the Department of Health. We believe that with commitment and goodwill, it is possible to build a fair system that is sensitive to cultural realities of our community. For these reasons, we also ask the Department of Health to improve and conduct outreach to inform the communities about the pilot program so that they can feel confident in requesting these new services available to them. Thank you.
Afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Luis Chaco Juarez for Building Healthy Communities, and just really want to commend this board for initiating this. What we see is an example that's going to be set. For the rest of our institutions here in the county. We speak of health. Where does health happen? It doesn't just happen at our local clinics, our hospitals, but it happens in these spaces right over here. It happens in our classrooms, and it happens in our most likely in all communities, but in our unincorporated communities throughout the county that look to you. And this is definitely demonstrates that effort that that a big part of our community, our neighbors who speak a variety of languages, indigenous languages, could see this as hope and a sight for a change for things to come in improving the quality of the life for our residents here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Board and staff. My name is Dr. John Silva. I come representing Doctors for Healthy Salinas. Behind me is one of my colleagues. Between the two of us, we've practiced in Monterey County since the early 1980s. We are pleased to see the board going ahead with this referral to improve Indigenous language services at Alisal Health Center by hiring an Indigenous interpreter, by having Natividad's qualified medical interpreter training for the support staff, and 3, hiring a part-time social media intern essentially doing electronic outreach. These efforts will help bring the quality of care closer to Health and Human Services, culturally and linguistic appropriate service standards, which will satisfy patients, but will also satisfy state and federal auditors. Missing from today's report is addressing the need for deeper system navigation and social support by employing community health workers to assist patients with completing forms, accessing resources, addressing other barriers to care, updating the appointment system to flag whether a patient will need an Indigenous reporter for their appointment, provide cultural humility for clinic staff, make available key patient information in Indigenous languages. It goes on. It's mentioned in the referral. Why this is important to you? This is important because culture is not defined solely by language skills, as you know, and acquisition. Any culture is unified by many factors beyond language, particularly historically oral tradition cultures, that as most Indigenous languages are. By offering both language and cultural expertise by way of an Indigenous language-speaking community health worker, the health outcomes expected by this referral will be improved more promptly and satisfy state and federal audits regarding cultural and linguistically appropriate services. Our ask is to convert the request for a part-time, half-time social media intern to an Indigenous language community health worker. This position does already exist in the county. Consider the pilot also go beyond this clinic, but the other county clinics at Natividad Medical Center. Thank you for your time.
All right, anybody else in the room?
I will be speaking for myself now. Well, hello, members of the board, community. As we've seen, there is a lot of movement moving forward with this pilot program that is very much needed within the community. We just want to, as Centro Binacional, we want the voices of our community to be heard. And one of the priorities that we had mentioned was a committee of Chatino, Mixteco members that are experiencing this to help advise, to help shape this pilot program that better assist them. Who better yet to provide feedback than those that are actually going to be impacted by this program? And who better yet of the people who have been witnessing these challenges? So please, I advise you to listen to the community, to their needs, and to really help us shape this pilot program to be more effective for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anybody else in the room, we'll go to Zoom. I don't see any hands up via Zoom on either side, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the dais. Again, this was just an update. We received that. Any final thoughts from the dais? Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I know it sounds like Elsa's going to move forward. Our health department's going to move forward with this, right? So I don't know in terms of official action. It's a referral. At what point do we say yes, or do we give direction today that we're fully behind this plan that Elsa has put forward here? I just want to make sure the committee knows that those of us that are here, it sounds like all four of us are fully behind it, and we want to give the direction that our health department move forward on it. But I did have the two questions that weren't addressed, Elsa or Director Jimenez, was just on the scheduling. Are we making modifications to our scheduling system to be able to document when interpretation is needed? And then second, the ask from the community of, can there be an advisory committee where they could inform the health department on how it's working, maybe how it's not working? We'd like to get that question answered for the community members that are here.
Absolutely, thank you. Those are very great questions. So we have already made changes in our electronic medical record systems to properly identify the language which the patients prefer. We had that field, but what we did not have in the drop-down was the variations of the different languages in our community. So we opened a support ticket with our EMR vendor, and we gave them the list of languages we would like to see, and that has been implemented. That has been implemented as part of the workflow. When we register the patient, we make sure that that information is populated. And the next step on that is when we do the pre-visit planning, as part of our closing the gap in care in terms of like when the MAs are saying what immunizations or what labs this patient need, they are also seeing if the language has been asked. So that one question is also on the list of the pre-visit planning. In terms of, yes.
So with respect to the advisory, so Natividad does have a patient advisory group, and I think as part of our plan to move towards creating a comprehensive health system, I want to circle back with my colleagues at Natividad to see if we can expand the purpose of that group to include some patients directly connected to our health department clinics, to be able to hear from them directly about what's working, what's not working, and how that needs to be reshaped. So yes, we will work on that in partnership with Natividad. I think that's kind of what makes sense to me in terms of just working towards building a comprehensive health system for the County of Monterey, is leaning on the strategies we already have in place there and expanding them.
Yeah, it makes sense. I just wanted them to hear that we're going to work on something to address that ask from them. And last thing I just want to tell is the community members that for me, this is an example where we do listen to our residents who are often marginalized, don't have a voice, especially in healthcare. And because there's people up here that care about you and care about how we could better serve you, we bring your ideas and try to incorporate them in how we do carry out everyday business in Monterey County. And I take it with all due seriousness. And as we said, as Supervisor Church said, healthcare is such a critical issue. We need to get accurate information to our patients that we are serving. You got to be able to communicate back with their medical providers, healthcare professionals. All that makes sense. And not every county is like this. Some counties don't want to do this kind of work. But in Monterey County, we embrace the challenge and how we could better serve our families and our communities, our young children, all ages that we serve, from the youngest to our seniors in our indigenous communities. We want them to be served just as well as everyone else in Monterey County. That's our commitment. So I would just say, I don't know if we need a motion, County Council, but I would like to make a motion.
You can make a motion to give direction.
Providing direction that we support the health department's recommendations on how to carry out this referral today.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Motion second. Final thoughts from the dais. All right, we'll just be clear. I'm associating myself with the comments of Supervisor Alejo and wanting to see this proceed forward. I know that it's not perfect at this point. We're hearing there's still a desire for more, but this is a great, as was mentioned by several of the speakers, first step in the right direction. And so again, we're committed to this and look forward to seeing it through with the community and developing something that works for everybody. Thank you.
Just add, just on the question about being a pilot, that's typical when we start something new in a particular part of one of our county departments. But as was stated, this need is not going away. It's going to be here. I envision this being a permanent thing down the road. We're just going to learn from it, and starting as a pilot, but looking how we could standardize it in this clinic and perhaps others, as that was the original intent of this referral. Thank you.
All right. With that,
we need to vote on a motion.
Yeah, I still need to call that.
Oh, okay.
But all right, so I've got final comments there. I wanted to turn back one last time based on that direction and make sure there was no additional clarity needed from the health department. Okay. So then with that, I will ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. 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 I've got 4. So with that, we'll proceed. Thank you very much for being here today. And we're going to jump into 19, which is receiving a preliminary analysis in response to referral number 2025-08, seeking mitigation monitoring for the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex Expansion Project. I've got Rick and Marnie listed for that one, so welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and members of the board. I'm Marnie Flagg, the Assistant Bureau Chief for Environmental Health, and I am here to give an update on Board Referral 2025.08 about the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex Expansion Project. The Environmental Health Bureau, along with Public Works, has followed up on the board referral regarding the soccer complex and the potential for the county to oversee the mitigation monitoring plan. After reviewing the existing agreement between the applicant and the Department of Toxic Substances, which we know as DTSC, as well as applicable health and safety code requirements, we confirmed that our Bureau does not meet the qualifications to assume this oversight role. Specifically, the operation and maintenance plan requires management by an agency with a professional engineer or a geologist on staff, which our Bureau does not have. In addition, existing DTSC agreements make it clear that if operation and maintenance activities require are required for the final remedy, the applicant cannot terminate the current agreement with DTSC unless a new operations and maintenance agreement is executed with DTSC or another qualified party. We have met and corresponded with the representatives from the soccer complex to clarify these requirements and confirm their understanding of DTSC's continuing role. They were provided with the relevant agreement language and contact information for the DTSC staff overseeing the project, should they wish to pursue any amendments directly with that agency. The representatives from the soccer complex have reviewed and agreed that the existing agreement with DTSC requires them to remain as the oversight agency. There are outstanding grant funds that remain. Part of the funding specifically covers DTSC's oversight costs, and transitioning oversight away from DTSC at this stage could risk the grant agreement and the funds for that project. So given these factors, environmental health will continue to work with DTSC on the reporting and oversight as outlined in the grant. We appreciate the continued engagement and all the partnerships from DTSC, Public Works, and all the other parties that were involved in supporting the progress of the soccer complex. With these actions complete and DTSC confirming their role as the oversight agency, environmental health concludes that no action is required at this time for the referral. So we'll take any questions or comments.
Thank you. Thank you for looking into this matter. And it's an important one for the soccer complex to advance its expansion effort there on the county property. So they did clarify that there's like a grant of $211,000 or so dollars. So under those funds and under the existing agreement, DTSC, as you rightly pointed out, has to remain the monitoring agency. But the question is, after that money is used, can the agreement be modified that would allow an agency like County Environmental Health or any of our other departments to be able to assume that role under a contractual agreement with the soccer complex?
So we would have to see what the conditions are, and if it's required that a geologist or another professional like that be on staff, then we wouldn't be able to take over the monitoring of the.
But if that could be modified, then there might be a possibility there.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that's what then just as a maker of the referral, I would just ask that we just hold off on that. Do you know how long that grant will take them to?
I do not know how long that would take, but it would be advisable that when it runs out, then we would all be able to pursue the avenue, but it could take years.
Yeah, I'll just wait here to see if Jonathan Deanda is on the line, so he might be able to answer that. Just it'll let us know how to handle the referral moving forward. Thank you.
Let's turn and see if Jonathan's available. Jonathan, would you raise your hand if you're with us?
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you. Yeah, so the grant that we currently have, and thanks again, just wanted to, for the record, yeah, we do currently have a grant with DTSC. It's an outstanding still $211,000. And like supervisor mentioned, and what was mentioned earlier, that does state that DTSC has to remain on the oversight, so we don't want to jeopardize that. So we'll continue to move with DTSC until the grant is closed out, and that timing is until the summer of 2026, right? So in June of 2026 is when that grant will be exhausted, and we'll be closing out that grant report with DTSC. Following that, like I mentioned, if there's a possibility to resume this conversation, we'd love to open that possibility. I think for us, really, it's the more so the issue with having to deal with the state agency that isn't here. Response times were very difficult. It took about 2 years to get to this point, $2 million. So for us, it's having local jurisdiction oversee would just be a lot more efficient in the long term.
Question, Jonathan, would just be on those staffing requirements, though, to be able to assume monitoring, it seems like there has to be a conversation with the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex and them to be able to make sure that the requirements are in place so that the county, if it's possible, could be able to assume so. Because at this point, it seems like there's two key staff that we don't have that seem to make this impossible at this point in time.
Yeah, that's correct. And, that's our understanding. Again, we do have, consultants on our team and geologists. But from the our understanding is that is correct, right? Part of the DTSC would require that two staff. As a SRSA, we'd be happy to share in that or have discussion as to, how we can support in that portion with the county as well.
Yes. Yep. And I'll make my comments after.
All right.
If we hear from the public
comments
too.
from the dais before we go to public comment. All right, then at this point, we'll go to public comment. Invite the public to share comments regarding this item by using the raise hand function via Zoom or coming forward in room. All right, seeing no one in room, no hands up via Zoom, we'll close public comment, bring it back, and back to you, Supervisor.
I would just say, I think because of, I appreciate the time frame Jonathan gave us that the money would kind of be utilized by June of 2026. So it's not too far away. We're going into the holidays. So I would just ask that we could put this referral on the back burner, take it up early next year, as Jonathan could have conversations with DTSC to see if it's possible to modify. That's going to really give us the direction whether we could seriously entertain it early next year before the grant funding is fully utilized.
All right, then at this point, any other questions or comments from the dais? Are we okay with the direction request, which is to bring this back next year in continued conversation with the complex and their representative? I'm seeing nodding agreement here, so we'll consider that direction given. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our county staff for working on this referral. Appreciate it.
All right, with that, we are at the CAO's comments, and we'll go to our stand-in here, Chief Assistant CAO Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. So today, we would like to recognize the accomplishments of the elections department, and what a critical department, and especially in terms of our democracy and all the comments that the board made earlier today. Bear with me for just a minute. I have a few things I wanted to recognize them for. The first is national recognition. The department has a program called Books and Ballots, and it received a prestigious national award, the Clearinghouse Award for Innovation in Election Administration. This honor recognizes a critical approach to voter education and voting access. The next item is the Center for Election Excellence. The department was selected to join the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence, a nonpartisan network that supports election departments across the country in strengthening the foundations of democracy. Next item is youth civic engagement. Participation in the department's high school leadership and civic engagement internship program tripled. Countywide voter education. During high school voter education weeks, the department reached schools in every supervisorial district, ensuring broad and inclusive civic outreach. Emergency preparedness. The department successfully launched electronic poll rosters at 5 polling places. These rosters enhance the department's emergency voting contingency plan by allowing these locations to quickly transition into vote centers if needed. And then last, expanded voter access. The community outreach efforts surpassed established benchmarks, improving access to the ballot for voters who require language assistance or accessibility services. So we just really want to give a shout out to Gina Martinez and her excellent team there at elections and all the hard work they do in terms of our voting process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chulos. With that, we are board comments. I'm going to start to my far left this week and see if Supervisor Daniels wants to kick us off.
Out of mic. Okay. So I want to thank Supervisor Alejo one more time for the meeting that he put together with CSAC President Jeff Griffiths last week. That was fantastic and was really, I think, beneficial to me as a new supervisor to just reinforce our connection to all of the different counties in California. I think it was a great conversation and was time well spent. I really appreciated last week's board meeting where we had the presentations from CSAC as well, and the leadership training that's being offered again this year. And as a result, my colleague Evan Snyder started last Thursday. So learned about it on Tuesday, got him registered, and he's in the program for this year. So that's terrific. I did have the opportunity to make a presentation about the county with Supervisor Askew last week in Monterey, and I think it went really well, and I think everyone who was in attendance appreciated the rundown that we were able to put together. I give her all the credit for the slideshow, but about Monterey County and the work we do. I did get the opportunity to connect with SEIU 2015 and give everyone a pep talk and talk about Prop 50 and make phone calls on Saturday, which was fun, and ended Saturday after participating in the nationwide No Kings event. I rounded out that very busy day with the Firefighters Gala, and that was really fun. City of Monterey Firefighters Gala, and I'm glad I got to participate. And then I was also very glad to be able to take the day off on Sunday. So that's all I have to share. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm going to do a little shout out for the elections department too, because I don't know, some of you know my oldest son lives in Spain. He was out here in August and September for about 7 weeks, and he was moving his registration, his in-state residence from L.A. up to my place. So he went through and did his got his DMV and his voter registration done, and in 3 days he had a ballot. 3 days. So I mean, he thought it was just a confirmation that he registered or something, but he had an actual ballot in 3 days, which I thought was pretty great turnaround onto that. So I wanted to throw that out to Gina and her team, because that's just really impressive. Other thing is bring up is, I brought this up a few times. I brought it up when I was running for office. I brought it up a few other times here about Elkhorn Road and how a portion of it was paved in 1976, and then the other half was supposed to be paved in 1977, and it hadn't been paved for 50 years. It's paved now.
Nice.
And I, that's really want to thank our Public Works Department, everybody in it, from Randy Ishii on down. That it's a great job in seeing this done. An area that, again, it really deteriorated. I had a lot of complaints on it for over time. I always figured, well, once you're going to pave this windy area, which some of you may have seen before, that it was really going to create a lot of speeding. But it really is surprising with the double line down there and the bot dots. People aren't speeding. They've actually slowed down, if anything, because there's a center line. So I just kind of like to. I travel that road a lot, and I've noticed that. So anyway, going back to other things and in my district, let's see, we had our town hall in Aromas last night with supervisors from San Diego County, Cosmiqui, and did I say Santa Cruz or did I say San Benito? I said San Benito's Cosmiqui and Santa Cruz is Felipe Hernandez. Hope I got it right there the first time. But anyway, it was a good meeting. We've done these in the past, and always a good turnout. Let's see, there is the 25th anniversary of Rancho Cielo this Saturday. We did approve a resolution on that 25th anniversary. A couple of other events going on, a Halloween Fun Fest at the Castroville Rec Center on Saturday between 1 and 5. Would recommend everybody has some young kids to take it to that. And out at Prunedale Grange, they're having a rummage sale that same time, 10 to 3. So just a couple of local events I'd like to urge people to go out to.
Only got one item to report on, and one was just to thank all our colleagues that did welcome CSAC President Jeff Griffiths last Thursday. four of us were here. Supervisor Church was in, Chair Lopez was in New York, but Supervisor Church did surprise us, and he showed up. And for us, that meant a lot, because numerous department heads were there. Mary Zeeb, our county treasurer tax collector, came. And it just, one, show respect and to show welcoming to the person who's leading our counties association, because it is a lot of work, and he's been going to visiting different counties. And just strategically, we work with CSAC on a lot of issues that align with our priorities as a county. And so when their team comes here to see that we kind of went all out to make them feel at home, I think it was very appreciated by President Griffith, Chastity, the rest of the team. They were very thankful that they were well received by the County of Monterey. It reflects good on us, and they walk away very impressed with how they were embraced here in our county. And we did take them to some 3 great places to visit: the Tana Marin Antle Farm Worker Housing Complex, the soccer complex, and our Share Center. All key issues that are not always easy to achieve in any community, but we're doing some great things. We wish we could send them to other places of our county, but with the limited time we had to keep it kind of geographically close together. But I want to lastly just thank our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, that helped us, and her team, Claudia Escalante, Karina Bakanovich. They helped us. These are people you don't see behind the scenes when we have these visits. They helped us there. And certainly our Public Works, who got us some reserved parking for them. And then certainly Linda and Jasmine in my office really did a lot of work on the logistics as well. And so we just wanted to take a moment to salute them and appreciating the work they did to have a really perfect visit last week. Thank you.
All right, you all know it takes a lot to get me to go to a big city, being a rural guy, but I want to share I was able to do a very quick turnaround trip to New York last week, along with folks from Bright Futures and our partners, which included the Community Foundation, North Monterey County Schools, Greenfield Unified School District, CSUMB, and I'm sure I'm missing somebody, but the goal was to clearly communicate an appreciation and have our first round of planning meetings with the Wallace Foundation. The Wallace Foundation was founded by the family who created the Reader's Digest back in the day, and they've chosen to really focus on what they call OST, out of school time, in communities where adolescents need additional opportunities. So they have chosen to invest in Monterey County, identifying the communities of North County and Greenfield as priority communities for those investments. That number is 1.6 to 2 million per year over the next 5 years. So we were back there learning about what that meant, what they wanted to see, what sort of planning we could work conjunctively with them and our team, and really learn that they want us to develop our own plan and kind of create a model for the rest of the country. There's 7 communities that have been awarded this opportunity throughout the nation, and so it was an honor to be there representing our board, our communities in those conversations, talking about what sort of opportunities already exist, and rather than trying to recreate the wheel in many instances, how do we bolster those resources? At the same time, yesterday, I got a call letting me know that the Safer Cities Initiative had invested an additional $500,000 in Greenfield. Those 2 pieces hit the news last night, so we're excited to share that opportunity is at our fingertips at this time, and we look forward to working with the community to plan what those implementation programs are in our communities. And so really excited about these opportunities coming to our community in the very near future. I also want to share that I was able to celebrate my 40th birthday. I want to thank all my colleagues for that last week. And we did that in the form of a staycation as soon as I landed. And so just a lot of appreciation for everyone that reached out over the weekend to share that birthday love with me. As we look forward here, we're continuing to do our community listening sessions. The next one will be in Chular, and obviously we've got a big focus on that South of Salinas project. I was able to be in Lockwood last night looking at the road improvements, speaking to Supervisor Church's statement about improving road conditions. That first stretch of Halone has been done, and the community is hugely appreciative of that particular effort. And so just as we roll forward here through this particular next couple of weeks, I want to shout out our Public Works team, who is doing some incredible things to prepare for the rain season, one of which launched today, and that was in San Ardo. We have had a drainage issue for as long as San Ardo has existed. The water just pools on the streets. And so going down for the listening sessions we've held down there for years, the community said we need a solution, but obviously there's no sewer system that can collect that water. They came up with a very cool approach, which is dropping very large cisterns straight into the ground with drainage underneath. So today the first one was excavated and installed. There's a series of those being installed throughout San Bernardino to help get water off the roads to make the streets safer. And so again, these unique approaches to tackle really big problems in small communities that often have not seen the investment. This is obviously also partnered with the long-term investment in roads that we're talking about, as well as safety in terms of sidewalks and crosswalks. So watching this kick off today and the photos that were sent over by staff is just one of those good moments for community, seeing good things happen. And as part of that, look forward to fixing the lights at the school as well soon. Had a great conversation yesterday. What I'll wrap with is my team and I spent the day harvesting pumpkins at Braga Farms, Braga Fresh, collected those, delivered them to Bradley, San Lucas, San Ardo, dropped them off directly with the students. And now the very exciting part was hearing from them what they want to see next, right? And so those lights are the very next thing on our agenda, and we look forward to getting those done. And so just want to thank Braga again for gifting us those pumpkins to be able to distribute to the community. All the other schools have teams that show up and collect them, but these schools just don't have that volunteer corps, so we do that out of our office, and it was a really cool adventure to go on with my whole staff. We wanted to make sure everybody got that experience, so we put up a video yesterday. If you haven't seen it, it's under a minute, but a fun one. And with that, I'll conclude
You win the giant pumpkin
I did not win the giant pumpkin
What happened?
contest. My pumpkin reached almost 400 pounds, but rotted out the week before. I just got a tiny soft hole in it, and so could not transport it. My apologies, Supervisor Alejo. I know you wanted me to win that competition. I would not have won anyway. The winner did come in at well, right about 1,600 pounds. Yeah, and so, but a shout out to Tony Alameda, Mark Mason, and all those that made that competition come off last weekend as well. All the proceeds, I understand over $20,000 that were raised go to breast cancer research. So it was a good event brought together. In fact, one of the pumpkins was sent to the big competition in Humboldt after, and it came in right about middle of the pack there. So yeah, I didn't win, but I'm back in it for next year. So yeah. And with that, we'll turn to see if there's anything to report out of closed session from council.
There is no reportable action.
All right. And with that, we do have an adjourn in memory today of somebody very close to the county family. And so we'll turn that over to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. And we'll just wait for our clerk to put up the image. Great. Thank you. On behalf of Team Alejo, it is with a heavy heart that we adjourn our meeting today in memory of Senor Isaías Gomez, who is the loving father of our good friend and our longtime staff member, Javier Gomez, and to County Planning Commissioner Ramon Gomez. Isaías Gomez passed away peacefully on October 13, 2025, at the age of 86. He was born on December 28, 1938, in Cualcomán, Michoacán, Mexico. Isaías was a man full of love, life, faith, and generosity. Guided by a deep belief in God, he lived each day with humility, gratitude, and a steadfast commitment to hard work and perseverance. Determined to provide greater opportunities to his family, he immigrated to Watsonville, where he worked tirelessly in the agricultural fields of the Pajaro Valley. Over the decades, he labored in the apple orchards, raspberry and strawberry fields, vegetable farms, and nurseries, earning the affectionate nickname as La Máquina, the machine, from his co-workers for his incredible work ethic. He often reminded his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren that with hard work, anything is possible. After retiring, Isaías continued to find joy in cultivating his garden and caring for his fruit trees. He loved spending time with his family, watching boxing and professional wrestling. His devotion to the land reflected his patient spirit and his belief in the beauty of growth, both in nature and within his family. Known for his warmth, charisma, and deep appreciation for Mexican music, Isaías brought joy wherever he went. His laughter, funny stories, and love for ranchero music filled every gathering with happiness and life. Family was always at the heart of who he was. He cherished the long road trip he took with his beloved wife and treasured every moment spent with his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. He was preceded in death by his sons Evaristo and Cesar Gomez, his daughter Maria Irma, but he is survived by his devoted wife for 60-plus years, Eldelmira Gomez, his children Isaías Jr., Andrea, Elvia, Javier, Ramon, Daniel, Irma, Maribel, and Luis, many beloved grandchildren and great-grandchildren. There will be a rosary this Thursday at Mel's Chapel in Watsonville and a mass and burial this Friday at Valley Public Cemetery on East Lake Avenue in Watsonville. Today we adjourn our meeting in memory of Senor Isaías Gomez, a great man who raised an amazing family and represented the very best of how our immigrant families give so much back to this nation and their future generations who contribute so much to uplift our communities and country today. May Senor Isaías rest in peace, and we offer our deepest condolences to the Gomez family and their many friends. Que descanse en paz nuestro amigo, el Senor Isaías Gomez. His legacy and memory live on in his children and grandchildren. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and we adjourn in his memory.
Thank you, Supervisor. As we adjourn, I'll share that we also lost a county employee this weekend, and we will be adjourning in memory next week in the memory of Eddie Barragan, our bridge maintenance worker who passed away Saturday. But as I'm allowed through our codes, I did ask that staff fly our flags at half-mast in honor of and in his memory. So just know that that will be happening as well if folks are wondering why our flags are at half-mast or in honor of Eddie Barragan. So with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.